Underneath the veil of the world's oceans lie wounds too deep to heal. Trenches carved not merely by tectonic forces, but by something far older, far stranger. From the jagged cuts of the Pacific to the yawning crevices of the Indian and Atlantic, these oceanic abysses have swallowed ships, silenced instruments, and birthed legends that never touched sunlight. The world changed, but the depths remained the same, undisturbed and unexplainable. Through sailors' journals, lost naval logs, and declassified exploration records, we follow a continuous path through time, charting not just depth and pressure, but the strange occurrences, the lights no one could explain, and the sounds that science denied. This is not simply a story of marine geography. It is a voyage into the darkest unknowns of Earth's underwater scars. One part geology, one part ghost story. The ocean trenches are not empty. They are ancient, and perhaps they are watching. But before we descend into the depths of these trenches, tell me, where did the tides of these underground trenches strike tonight? And what time does your clock strike? Scrawl your confession in the comments below. In 1700, a Dutch merchant vessel, the Oranje Bliksem, en route from Batavia to Lisbon, documented something no navigator dared to replicate. Crossing an unusually calm swath of the South Pacific, their depth lid plummeted endlessly. After more than 2,000 fathoms, it vanished, snapped clean. That night, the crew reported distant wails rising from the sea, mournful harmonic, not quite wind. The quartermaster, Peter van Horn, scrawled in his log, "The sea below us breathes." When they docked months later, the logbook vanished, reportedly seized by Dutch authorities. Centuries later, the coordinates matched what we now call the Tonga Trench, one of the planet's deepest natural cuts. But no one speaks of the 1700 encounter. The incident became a whispered caution among 18th century sailors. Where the line disappears, so might the soul. It marked the earliest documented encounter with a trench anomaly, before we even knew the term for it. In 1702, Spanish cartographers, aboard the Nuestra Señora del Mar, mapped the western edge of the Philippine archipelago, seeking new trade routes. They detoured southward and encountered an undersea declivity so abrupt, their magnetic compasses spun violently. The crew claimed a persistent low humming rose from below the hull, causing teeth to chatter and ink in journals to separate unnaturally on the page. No birds were seen above the waters for 3 days. The trench they recorded was marked on their logs with only a single word: desmayo, fainting. A few decades later, the name was forgotten, but the trench remains, now known as the Philippine Trench. Spanish naval archives withheld the full journal entries until the 19th century. By then, the original mapping crew had all died mysteriously, most of them reportedly hearing phantom bells in their final days. The Desmayo anomaly became a legend that rang louder than science. By 1704, a British scientific endeavour aboard the HMS Seraphine ventured to study magnetic fields near the Mariana Islands. What they discovered defied classification. Near an unnaturally smooth depression in the seafloor, what would later be recognised as part of the Mariana Trench, the ship's barometer imploded, though weather conditions remained stable. Crew members reported a series of rhythmic knocks on the underside of the ship, spaced exactly 88 seconds apart, for 4 consecutive hours. No living creature was observed in the water. The lead scientist, Dr. Jonathan Alderby, wrote, "The deep below is not passive, rehearses something." He died 6 months later, of what his physician called oral madness, his ears leaking a thick, clear fluid that never crystallized. The ship's logs were suppressed, and later found buried beneath Royal Society archives. No modern oceanographic record replicates the knock sequence, but the depth, that remains measurable and waiting. In 1706, off the coast of South America, near present-day Peru, French privateers captured a Spanish ship and were navigating toward Easter Island when they passed above what is now the Peru-Chile Trench. One lookout reported a black curtain rising from the ocean just before dawn, a translucent wave of nothingness that blocked out the stars and made the sea boil beneath. The ship's hull began to vibrate, and their chronometers all stopped at 3:33 a.m. Survivors of the voyage, only 4 out of 72, later described being unable to speak for days, their tongues sluggish and memory fragmented. The trench, never fully explored until the 20th century, earned the internal French codename Fente du Diable, the Devil's Split. No official maritime record lists the event, yet colonial folk songs from Chile inexplicably reference the black dawn that swallows sails. It was the kind of silence the sea keeps, like a secret, and never forgives. 1708 brought a chilling revelation from Japanese fishermen near the Ryukyu Islands. Nets lowered into unusually warm waters came back torn clean across, as though burned. Elders of Okinawa warned of an ancient seabed mouth that opened only during lunar eclipses, a legend long dismissed as myth. But that year's midsummer eclipse coincided with the return of a vessel whose crew had aged drastically within a single night. Wrinkles deepened, hair whitened. The men spoke in strange dialects for days, some murmuring in reversed syllables. Local priests conducted cleansing rituals before burning the ship's mast at sea. Decades later, this deep-sea area was confirmed as part of the Ryukyu Trench. The Japanese name, Shinkai no Kuchibiru, translates to the lips of the deep. Few trawlers dare cross it even now, perhaps because, in that same region, modern sonar still detects an occasional rhythmic inhaling motion, like something vast breathing just beneath the crust. In 1710, Danish naval logs recorded a strange incident during a routine escort mission across the North Atlantic. The fleet encountered unnaturally still water near the Puerto Rico Trench. It was as if the sea held its breath. Suddenly, bioluminescent trails spiraled around the ships in deliberate patterns, spirals, not random blooms. The helmsman of the lead vessel, Nordstern, claimed to see faces in the lights, ancient, stern, watching. For hours, the fleet couldn't advance. Compass needles spun freely, and horses on board grew violent. When motion resumed, it was as if something had released them. One soldier carved into his musket stock the phrase, "They saw us see them." His body washed ashore weeks later on an uninhabited islet, dehydrated and smiling. The Puerto Rico Trench remains the deepest in the Atlantic, but no official Navy mission has explored that specific longitude since. The logs were translated and then sealed. In 1711, Portuguese missionaries aboard the São Esperança journeyed through the southern Indian Ocean en route to Madagascar. One night, near what would become known as the Java Trench, they reported a shifting darkness beneath the water, black on black, a void deeper than the sea itself. Their lantern light refused to reflect off the surface. Several crew members were struck with sudden blindness and claimed to see lights inside their eyelids, red, slow-moving, and spiraled like ancient glyphs. Father Joaquim da Silva wrote that the abyss sang to them in frequencies too low for hearing, yet heavy enough to reshape thought. 3 priests vanished during evening prayer the following night. Their shoes remained in place on the deck. No one searched the water. In his final letter, da Silva warned, "Where the trench deepens, so does man's ability to vanish." The missive was never sent. It was found centuries later, in a corked bottle, drifting ashore in Mozambique. In 1712, Swedish explorer Alrik Norberg sailed through Antarctic waters, attempting to reach uncharted southern territories. South of New Zealand, they encountered a shelf that dropped off without warning. Their depth plummet never returned. More curiously, their ship began producing a soft chime each hour, though no bell existed on board. Sailors likened it to metal echoing under thick ice. It marked their location beside what we now call the Kermadec Trench. Norberg kept a meticulous journal, noting compass corruption, auroras seen at sea level, and most unsettling, a sensation of being watched by something directly beneath. He scribbled one final entry before abandoning the voyage: "There are doors here, old ones." His entire crew survived but refused to speak of the journey. Norberg went mad and was institutionalized until his death in 1723. His charts remained hidden in the Swedish maritime archives for 200 years, until seismic surveys confirmed a massive trench at the exact coordinates. In 1713, a strange merchant alliance between Irish and Ottoman traders attempted a deep-sea haul across the Bay of Bengal. Just east of the Andaman Islands, the waters grew inexplicably thick, as though molasses had replaced the sea. Their vessel, Newsrat Galleon, became stuck in a silent whirlpool that generated no wind and no current. For 12 hours, the ship spun without moving forward. Below, divers described faint drums, untraceable, rhythmic. When the ship finally broke free, barnacles had grown in elaborate spirals overnight across the hull. Locals called the region Kuni Sagar, the Bloody Sea, due to frequent disappearances. But what lies beneath is now recognized as part of the Sunda Trench. Despite sonar mapping, no explanation exists for the dense water phenomena. Satellite imaging shows impossible trench spirals at the bed's edge. The Newsrat ship bell, recovered years later, rings only when placed near salt water, even when not struck. It remains in a museum in silence. In 1714, French cartographers journeyed west of the Azores, hoping to update maritime atlases. They found something that changed their maps, and then made them disappear. Near the future site of the Romanche Trench, deep within the mid-Atlantic ridge, their vessel, L'Étoile de Minuit, detected a sheer vertical drop so abrupt it resembled a cleft, carved with intention. During a routine sounding, the lead line was returned not broken, but crystallized, as if transmuted by pressure or chemistry unknown. That night, the crew documented a ringing fog that crept over the deck, muffling speech, yet amplifying heartbeats to an unbearable volume. Cartographer Pierre Duval sketched what he called the eye in the deep, a spiral formation glimpsed below the water, unmoving, illuminated from within. The ship returned, but the maps drawn from the trench region were declared heretical by the Academy of Sciences. Duval vanished shortly after, his sketches found stuffed into an empty sextant case, all marked with a warning: do not redraw what was erased by God. In 1715, a Dutch East India Company ship, the Zwarte Gans, skirted the southernmost edge of the Indonesian archipelago, where the Java Trench bends beneath shifting tectonic plates. Mid-voyage, the ship passed over a zone where the water glowed a faint lavender hue, despite the overcast sky. At precisely 2:07 a.m., a humming sound erupted from beneath the waves, neither animal nor mechanical, but deeply harmonic, like a choir held underwater. Every mirror and polished brass object on board fogged simultaneously. The ship's cook, Willem Keys, began speaking Latin in reverse, though he had no education in the language. When the hum stopped, the water beneath them turned still, but the crew began to dream in synchronized images. A spiraled staircase made of coral, descending forever. The Zwarte Gans returned weeks later, with half her logs rewritten in a language no scholar could identify. That logbook has since disappeared. So too has the lavender glow. In 1716, a Russian imperial scientific expedition aboard the Petr Veliki made its way toward Kamchatka's eastern coast. There, near the Aleutian Trench's northern edge, their sounding instruments returned irregular data. They tried to anchor but found no hold. The seafloor seemed to retreat from them. That night, the aurora borealis descended unnaturally low over the water, and the stars overhead vanished from half the sky. A shadow beneath the ship glided silently, broader than the vessel, and emitted no wake. The men lit lanterns and sang hymns, unable to explain their rising body temperatures, despite the bitter cold. When one crewman died suddenly of fever, his body turned rigid in minutes, salt crystals forming beneath his skin. The Russians named the trench region Nishaya Guba, the lower mouth, but refused to explore it further. The coordinates were marked with a red slash on the imperial map, a place to pass over quickly, without stopping or asking. In 1717, a small convoy of merchant ships from Morocco encountered an unseasonal fog in the South Atlantic, drifting above the South Sandwich Trench. The fog clung low, blinding sailors even at midday. Suddenly, The lead ship lurched violently to port, yet no collision occurred. The crew, searching for damage, found the hull studded with circular impressions, as if enormous suction cups had kissed the wood. Worse, the iron nails along the port bow had twisted outward. One sailor, overcome by fear, sketched an enormous eye with 3 pupils onto the mainsail, insisting it was watching from below the trench. They burned the sail that night, and the fog finally lifted. Oral traditions among Moroccan seafarers still warn of the fog that remembers. The trench has since yielded strange sonar echoes, signals that mimic the pitch of human voices, but reversed, as if echoing back from a future that never happened. In 1718, Jesuit monks, mapping tectonic patterns off the coast of Chile, discovered an anomalous acoustic shadow near what is now the Atacama Trench. Instruments fell silent in one specific corridor of ocean, as though sound refused to enter or leave. When the monks attempted a deep water chant ritual, their voices vanished halfway through the first verse. Birds avoided the vessel. The stars overhead refused to reflect on the surface. Father Martin Cordova later wrote, "Here lies the throat of the world, open, but refusing to speak." After 2 nights, the ship's crucifix began to rust from the center outward, forming a spiral that could not be sanded off. The order never published their findings, but fragments of Cordova's journal describe geometric songs felt through the deck, music without sound. The Atacama Trench today is still a zone of acoustic deadness. Researchers refer to the corridor as the mute channel, though none know why it sings for no one. In 1719, a French-owned whaling vessel, Le Horizon Gris, crossed the eastern margin of what is now known as the South Orkney microplate. As they passed over a fault line extending into trench territory, the sea below turned pitch black, even under sunlight. Sailors reported seeing echoes of their ship rippling on the water, but the reflections moved on their own, not matching their movements. A bucket of seawater, lifted from the trench, shimmered with silver motes that arranged themselves into what appeared to be written symbols, dissolving within minutes. One deckhand sketched them, and the drawing bore resemblance to ancient Enochian glyphs. The whales in the area swam in perfect circles around the ship, and then vanished beneath the black, never resurfacing. By the end of the voyage, all crew members suffered vivid dreams of trench mouths with teeth made of stone. The French burned their ship upon return. The symbols were never decoded. In 1720, a Scottish exploration crew, funded quietly by the Royal Society, sailed southeast toward the Mozambique Channel. Their aim was to chart magnetic anomalies, but their findings became far stranger. As they passed over what would later be called the Mozambique Trench, their instruments ceased to function altogether. Compasses spun, barometers shattered. The sea, which had been calm, began to emit a low bone-deep thrumming that could be felt but not heard. Several crew members experienced simultaneous nosebleeds and fell unconscious. The most disturbing account came from a junior cartographer named Giles Whitlock, who awoke muttering in a language no one recognized, later transcribed as phonetically similar to pre-Babylonian Akkadian. The helmsman reported lights beneath the surface, blue, orb-like, and darting in precise patterns. The ship's log was found rewritten the following morning, its original entries replaced with spiraling text in dried ink that no one could translate. Upon return, the entire voyage was classified under Crown secrecy. Modern geological surveys confirm the trench's tectonic complexity, but none explain the residual electromagnetic silence within its core. Local folklore now calls it Nzimba Ngome, the place of borrowed minds. Few dare venture into its black-blue waters. No vessel has lingered there since. In 1722, a Danish merchant fleet passed eastward, over the southern stretches of the South Sandwich Trench. Calm seas turned suddenly to sheets of glass, mirror-still waters, that reflected the ship in eerie duplication. But the reflections did not behave naturally. Crew members observed the mirrored sails bending inward, distorting without the wind shifting. Some swore their reflections blinked out of sync, or moved after their physical motions had stopped. As midnight fell, a shrill vibration began beneath the hull. The sound didn't register to the ears, but instead rattled molars and made breath feel difficult. One of the crew, Hans Varel, reported intense déjà vu and claimed he had dreamed the voyage before, identical in every way, down to the words being spoken. The ship's clock spun forward 4 hours in 1 second, then cracked open without force. Captain Eberhardt marked the trench in his maps with a spiral and refused to explain. After docking, 2 crew members went permanently blind, despite clear medical tests. Modern instruments show unexplained gravitational warping at that latitude. Some geologists suggest a pocket of ultra-dense mineral deposits, but those who've dived there know better. The reflection of the ship may not be the only thing waiting to return. In 1723, Ottoman sailors en route to trade, near the Andaman Islands, diverted through the Bay of Bengal, unaware they were skimming a portion of what would later be called the Sunda Trench. On the 4th day at sea, the ship encountered a sudden drop in buoyancy. Barrels floated oddly high, but the ship itself groaned as if dragged downward. Divers sent to inspect the hull returned white-faced, claiming they saw an upside-down garden beneath the vessel. They spoke of hanging seaweed that moved like lungs and great flat stones aligned in spirals. When the divers were questioned later, they had no memory of speaking. One deckhand began humming tuneless notes in his sleep, and a Sufi mystic on board remarked, "The trench below is a zawiya, a place of unspoken devotion." That night, the ship's sails stiffened and refused to billow, even with wind. At dawn, several pages of the Quran stored below deck were found reordered, pages 114 to 1. Upon return, the sailors split silently and never met again. In the decades since, no modern expedition has recorded sonar in that corridor that didn't come back partially corrupted. It is believed the water there holds memory differently, not forward, not backward, but downward. In 1725, French naturalists, aboard a colonial botanical expedition, detoured into the central Atlantic, aiming to study equatorial currents. Their trajectory carried them over the northern edge of what is now known as the Romanche Trench. As the crew collected samples, their instruments became disoriented. Chronometers froze and depth soundings bounced back nonsensical figures. At twilight, the crew observed a perfect circle of foam, unmoving, floating beside the ship for 6 hours. Beneath that patch, light diffused oddly, shimmering as though passing through crystal. A specimen jar of jellyfish glowed spontaneously, despite no bioluminescence being expected. One scientist, Alphonse Louvet, reported hearing Latin prayers spoken in reverse through his ear horn, though no one else heard it. He began sketching spiral shell diagrams over every blank page of his notebook. The foam ring eventually dissipated, but where it had hovered, the sea formed a vortex of stillness that resisted current. Today, oceanographers regard the Romanche Trench as a major transform fault zone, but it is also the only trench where mapping vessels frequently lose GPS sync. Old maps warn of a miroir du diable, the devil's mirror. Some believe Louvet was right. The sea was reflecting not the ship, but the past. In 1727, a Portuguese vessel, Santa Aurora, transporting missionaries across the Indian Ocean, neared the northern section of the Java Trench during monsoon season. Without warning, the sky cleared, revealing an aurora-like ribbon glowing red across the midday sky, a phenomenon never observed in that region before or since. The crew reported a low-frequency chime, repeating at intervals of 47 seconds, and when attempting to measure the depth, the lead line was drawn upward, despite being dropped. When retracted, the line was warm and smelled faintly of burnt resin. Several monks began to recite scripture involuntarily, mouths moving without intention. One missionary, Brother Thomas, screamed that the ocean was remembering the sins of the seabed. At sunset the clouds returned, but the water beneath the ship remained lightless, absorbing even lantern reflection. Upon docking, 3 members of the crew were unable to dream again. The trench itself, to this day, shows abnormal seismic quietude in that exact latitude, a zone referred to by seismologists as the sleeping rift. But among the fisherfolk of Sumatra, It is still known by an older name, Laut Pendosa, the Sea of the Condemned. Whatever awoke that day did not sing again, but perhaps it listened. In 1729, an American colonial merchant ship charted a course across the equator, seeking swift passage around Africa. Their route clipped the deepest flank of the Guinea Plateau, near a shelf that would one day be considered a potential trench line, though unnamed to this day. As they crossed the region, thick clouds formed directly above the vessel, casting the sea in artificial dusk. Beneath their hull, the waters turned perfectly smooth, but only for 10 minutes. Then, sudden turbulence erupted vertically, not horizontally, columns of water rising straight up without wave formation. The men observed shapes inside them, flickering silhouettes as if behind stained glass. No one could agree on their number. No splashes followed. The columns vanished as quickly as they rose. That night, their cabin boy, Elias, was found scrawling concentric squares across every crate, muttering, "It's not the depth, but the fold." The ship's compass, thereafter, pointed steadily west, regardless of correction. The Guinea Trench area has never yielded proper readings. Instruments fail without explanation. In West African maritime legends, this region is still avoided, known as the Wrinkle of God, a fold in the world where the laws of direction collapse. Sail through, and you may return before you left. In 1730, a Spanish ship named Nuestra Madre del Mar passed above the deepest cut of the Kermadec Trench, sailing northeast from New Zealand during a cloudless, moonless night. Around 2 in the morning, the sea beneath the vessel shimmered with strange bioluminescence, not scattered as plankton might glow, but arranged into angular patterns, almost architectural, like the outlines of submerged cities. These glowing shapes remained fixed, despite the movement of the waves. The helmsman dropped a lantern overboard. It vanished mid-fall, not into the sea, but into silence. No splash, no light, just gone. Then the wind ceased entirely, and so did the ship's momentum. It drifted without propulsion for 24 minutes, during which all metal aboard began to hum, from anchor chains to belt buckles. The ship's blacksmith bled from the gums. Upon re-emerging from the event, every crew member reported having the same dream, descending staircases made of coral, while whispering voices offered choices in languages they'd never heard. That log was later intercepted by Jesuit censors and marked apocryphal. Today, divers occasionally record unexplained light geometries in that trench, and sonar maps refuse to retain data. Some believe the trench is not just deep, but structured, a cathedral with no roof. In 1731, a French whaling fleet passed across the northern edge of the Tonga Trench, chasing a pod near the Lull Basin. During the third day of pursuit, the lead vessel encountered sudden pressure changes. The air turned heavier, as though descending into altitude, despite being at sea level. Men reported nausea and blurred vision. Then came the thunder, 4 rolling booms from beneath, spaced evenly over 40 minutes. The sea responded, each time with great luminous blooms rising from the depths, circular, golden, and silent. The whales mid-flight halted and began circling in place, as if awaiting instruction. One harpooner dropped his weapon and leapt into the water, later recovered rambling about, a golden stare beneath the veil. The blooms dimmed gradually. The thunder ceased. Within hours, the fleet's catches began decomposing aboard the ship, flesh turning gelatinous, bones softening to the touch. The fleet burned its hull and re-roted. Tonga's trench now registers some of the highest known tectonic noise on Earth. But those 4 booms remain unaccounted for. No quake, no landslide, no volcanic pulse, only repetition. Local myths speak of the 4 bells of Koaf, ancient beings said to call life up from darkness. Perhaps the whales remembered, and perhaps we forgot. In 1732, a British survey ship, HMS Fracture, ventured near the South Orkney Plateau to chart temperature variances in Antarctic waters. While above what modern bathymetric maps suggest is a hidden trench fragment, near the South Shetland Islands, the water temperature spiked 10 degrees without any geothermal vents nearby. More bizarrely, the ice collected over the sides of the hull glowed faint blue under moonlight, glow which persisted even when stored below deck. The ship's medic described sudden onset of tinnitus among nearly the entire crew, followed by vivid auditory hallucinations, chanting, knocking, and distant bells. Instruments failed. One crewman attempted to throw the ship's thermometer into the sea, shouting, "It wants the measure undone." He was restrained. Days later, the deck was found covered in ice formed in triangular patterns, no two alike. Upon return, the crew fell ill in waves. The medic, who kept most of the log, burned the pages claiming they were not his to share. The trench was never officially named. Today, sonar images in the region show strange vertical fissures, some resembling fossilized root systems. But no one knows what took root there, or what rejected being measured. Even the ice, in time, remembers its source. In 1733, an Italian expedition commissioned by the Medici family sailed to the Central Pacific to collect exotic flora. They passed over a narrow, then unknown fracture in the seafloor northeast of Tuvalu, now suspected to be a collapsed trench. For 3 consecutive nights, every bottle of wine aboard turned to salt water. The crew dismissed it as tampering, but no entryway was found, and the corks remained intact. The ship's cat began pacing in spirals, refusing food and howling only at the southern sky. On the 4th night, all ink on the ship turned grey, and maps began to fade, as though time erased only select knowledge. The ship's scribe drew one final map from memory, a spiral trench, with 7 offshoots marked by stars and labelled Les Voices, the voices. He hanged himself the following morning. The bottle of salt water, sent back to Florence, is now stored under lock in a private Vatican archive. Decades later, the same coordinates were scanned by an American vessel and returned no seafloor readings. It's called the Blind Hollow, a place that not only defies mapping, but punishes memory. The Medici never funded another voyage. The family crest at sea, it said, still drifts above that spiral. In 1734, a Dutch spice freighter crossed into the Indian Ocean's deepest arc, brushing over the Diamantina Trench. All was routine until sunrise, when the crew discovered that the sun appeared to rise twice. First, the sky brightened normally, but just before full light, it dimmed again, and then rose a second time, accompanied by an unsettling stillness. The captain noted that no wind returned until after midday, and even then, it pushed backward, forcing them north. The ship's clocks reversed by 7 minutes without winding. Birds flying overhead plummeted into the sea without cause. The helmsman's child, stowed aboard, claimed to hear a second ship speaking in their voices from beneath the water. That voice called names of the crew, out of order. The child was silenced. After docking, the sailors found their teeth stained green, and their blood oddly magnetized. It pulled towards steel. Today, the Diamantina Trench area continues to register anomalies in magnetotelluric surveys. Locals call it the corridor of red time, where the sun forgets its place, and hours reverse like spilled ink. Nothing grows near its deepest walls, nothing natural, at least. But on certain mornings, the sun still appears unsure of its role, and always someone listens. In 1735, an Ottoman naval vessel voyaging between the Maldives and the Horn of Africa slipped over a deep-water pit at the intersection of multiple Indian Ocean ridges. The trench was unmapped, unnamed, and for a moment, impossible. The sailors awoke to find the ship entirely surrounded by concentric rings of still water, rippling inward instead of out. No wind, no sound, and in the silence, something vast and flat began rising beneath them. Not a creature, but a shape, like a mesa cut from glass, refracting the ocean itself. The vessel lurched sideways. Below, divers described seeing outlines of enormous skeletal wings fused to basalt. Their report was dismissed. One sailor reported that he could taste numbers, specifically the number 19. When they tried to chart the trench, their compass flipped, placing south where west should be. Upon docking in Yemen, several crewmen went blind, but claimed to still see the sea floor, and even drew it in charcoal, complete with symbols no one could identify. That trench remains largely unknown, barely studied, but its few visitors refer to it only as the bed of the thing that watches without blinking. No echo returns from it, no second sunrise, just rings, always inward. In 1736, a merchant convoy from the Qing Empire passed above the Ryukyu Trench. In the twilight hours, crew members spotted 3 large oval shadows beneath the sea, drifting faster than the ship itself. No wake, no surface disturbance. On the wake, no surface disturbance. One shadow briefly aligned with the vessel's keel, and the ship's wood began to frost despite the tropical climate. Every polished surface darkened, not with dust, but with a velvet black glaze that absorbed light. The fleet's navigator attempted to measure the depth, but the rope caught fire mid-descent, despite being soaked. Musicians aboard, tasked with morale, found their instruments emitting tones without being played, each a slow, somber drone. The captain recorded that the water below moaned as if disappointed. They turned course immediately. In modern times, this trench has been the site of multiple submersible malfunctions. One vessel's camera recorded shadows, where none existed, shaped like spirals of eye sockets. The Ryukyu are silent now, but not empty. That convoy, once 20 ships strong, never reunited. 3 arrived late by 2 weeks, each claiming different timelines. One crewman died of age overnight. The imperial court sealed their logs. Some say the trench stole their calendar, others believe it lent them someone else's. In 1737, a French scientific vessel crossed over the Yap Trench en route to Micronesia. Just after dusk, the crew noticed that the moon had duplicated 2 perfect orbs mirrored across the sky, both casting opposite shadows. The ocean between them churned with cross currents. The astronomer aboard confirmed only one moon existed, but that both had measurable gravitational pull. Crew members' bones ached, watches exploded, and the ship's rudder snapped despite still water. When they attempted to sail north, the stars rearranged, guiding them in loops. For 3 nights, no sleep was possible. Anyone who tried to rest awoke speaking forgotten languages. One uttered Hebrew chants, though he was a Breton atheist. Eventually they found themselves exactly where they'd started, logbooks erased, except for one phrase, the split sky and the torn world. Decades later, a submarine expedition above the trench picked up dual tidal signatures. That is, the trench seemed to have its own moon, or memory of one. In Micronesian legend, there is a sea place where the heavens fracture and show you your other half. The Yap Trench is rarely mentioned in oceanography textbooks. Perhaps because it doesn't lie. It shows us too much, and that is something we are not built to endure. In 1738, a Russian naval expedition, led by Admiral Korsakov, entered the Sea of Okhotsk to monitor Japanese merchant activity. They unknowingly passed over a split in the trench system that would later be labeled the Kuril-Kamchatka Rift. During a stormless night, the ship's masts began to vibrate, producing deep bass tones that seemed to sync with the men's heartbeats. Several collapsed. One officer described seeing veins of the earth glowing red beneath the black water, pulsing as if the planet itself were breathing through the trench. Instruments jammed. Chalk turned to dust. The navigator tore out his own eyes after claiming to see too many paths inside the sea. Days later, survivors found themselves off course by 700 kilometers, with fresh moss growing on the deck. Ice formed in the cargo hold, despite no breach. That rift, today, still hums at low frequencies in weatherless silence. Locals in Kamchatka say the trench is a cracked lung, a wound in Earth's breath, and when it exhales, minds unravel like rope in salt air. No ship has remained above it longer than a day since. The sea there does not speak, but it breathes, and one day it may begin to scream. By 1739, a German merchant vessel, named Der Himmelsucher, the Sky Seeker, set course for the southern Indian Ocean in search of new spice ports. The crew encountered an unmarked abyss southeast of Madagascar, a sudden drop in oceanic depth, where the water took on an oily sheen. Sailors described the waves as moving slower than normal, as if time itself had softened. That night, the ship's lanterns dimmed without wind or lack of oil. Worse, the stars above rearranged into unrecognized constellations, many forming spirals, triangles, and symbols reminiscent of alchemical glyphs. The ship's almanac became unreadable, its ink fading into rust-colored blotches overnight. Several crewmen woke mid-dream, shouting coordinates they couldn't have known. The captain, obsessed, ordered a descent probe, which returned covered in soft coral resembling fleshy script. Today, the trench is unnamed, but still visible in Indian Ocean topographic scans. Its depth remains contested. Satellites lose clarity over it. Some cartographers refer to the region as Das Flüstern der Tief, the whispering deep. None who traverse it report the same sky again. Even in daylight, the stars seem wrong, and on certain nights, compasses reverse as if the ocean's memory had briefly taken charge of direction and decided to point elsewhere. Sometime in 1740, a private Dutch voyage headed toward the South Pacific passed through coordinates just east of the Chatham Rise. The waters below shimmered in varying shades of cobalt and green, each hue shifting, not by light, but seemingly by sound. Crew members noted that their own speech warped slightly, vowels becoming echoes of themselves. The cook complained that boiling water no longer bubbled, but vibrated, and that meats developed a mineral taste. During the second night, rhythmic pulses echoed upward from the trench, spaced apart like footsteps, though there was no vessel, no turbulence, no quake. Sailors described seeing what appeared to be silhouettes of buildings far below, tall, slanted, and ancient, before they vanished behind a haze. One man collapsed with bleeding ears after sketching a perfect spiral top tower he swore was visible under the moonlight. That drawing now resides in the Amsterdam Maritime Archive, labeled simply Trench Light Event, 1740. Researchers have since found no topography consistent with those structures, but satellites sometimes capture faint vertical shadows, always in multiples of 3, passing beneath the same zone. No trenches are officially named there, perhaps because no one dares admit they resemble architecture, and perhaps because some know it was never abandoned. A year later, in 1741, a Portuguese naval patrol veered southward near the Lesser Sunda Islands and encountered water unlike anything charted before. The sea glistened under a full moon, but gave no reflection, not of the ship, the crew, or even the moon itself. Several tried polishing mirrors, believing them tarnished, but the glass remained blank. Tension built among the men as whispers, slow and reversed, rose through the floorboards of the ship. Their origin could not be found. A naturalist aboard, Isidro Viana, captured a water sample that never settled. It continued to ripple long after isolation, as if stirred by memory. Late that evening, a mist rolled in, but it didn't behave like fog. Instead of rising from the sea, it descended from the clouds in threads, thin strands that swayed like puppet strings. One thread struck the deck and etched a black spiral into the wood. The ship turned north. Viana sealed his journal with wax and buried it inside the hollow of a violin, which was found in Goa 50 years later. Scientists still debate whether the trench nearby exists, as sonar there scatters chaotically. Some call it the Sea of Woven Sight. Others never speak of it again. Somewhere along the eastern margin of the Kermadec Arc in 1742, a French vessel named Le Navigateur Silencieux crossed over what appeared to be a sudden underwater canyon. Though no storms threatened, the sea churned in violent circles, silent whirlpools that spun without sound, yet crushed a lifeboat to splinters. Crewmen reported vertigo. Gravity felt inconsistent. The carpenter dropped a nail, and it hovered for nearly a second before clattering to the floor. At dusk, 2 faintly glowing eyes appeared beneath the waves, stationary, 100 feet apart, and perfectly symmetrical. They emitted no light, only a vague shimmer. The captain, a known skeptic, attempted to approach the coordinates directly. The ship stalled mid-motion, as if against a wall, the sails full, the rudder clear. But the vessel refused to advance. At midnight, their shadows began to misbehave. Multiple silhouettes followed each man. The crew turned back at first light, only to find themselves already 20 nautical miles from the last logged location. That trench, if it is one, has never been mapped properly. Local fishermen refer to it in hushed tones, l'esprit dans le fond, the spirit below the floor. Navigation equipment still skips there, and some say the shadows don't follow, they lead. Sailing westward, in 1743, an English scientific vessel, under Royal Navy charter, moved past the northern limits of the Sunda Trench. The sea surface was dotted with pale, jelly-like orbs, each the size of a coin, pulsing slowly. The helmsman attempted to collect a sample, but the moment it left the water, it dissolved into a thick mist. That night, crewmen awoke, unable to move, claiming their limbs felt submerged, though they were dry. Beneath the deck, faint gurgling was heard, not like water, but like voices bubbling up through flesh. An astronomer on board claimed to feel a second heartbeat during periods of silence, unconnected to his own pulse, echoing through his feet. By dawn, every nail aboard the ship had twisted precisely 45 degrees. The ship's bell rang 3 times, though no one had touched it. The men refused to speak of the voyage upon return. Today, the British Hydrographic Office lists the region as unstable seabed, but records show 10 missing submersibles since 1990. In folklore across Java, it's whispered that this trench was once a wound made by giants, and the orbs are the tears it still weeps. The British, of course, labelled the incident unknown, but sailors remember what doesn't want to be caught. Through much of 1744, a Japanese exploration vessel, commissioned under secret imperial directive, mapped previously uncharted waters southeast of Kyushu, above a steep, abyssal gradient, now known to approach the Nankai Trough. Early in the morning of their 6th week at sea, an immense shadow passed beneath the ship. The water beneath turned amber, as though lit from within, and an unnatural silence blanketed the sea. All birds vanished from the sky. The crew dropped an experimental sounding stone, reinforced with etched steel, but the cord snapped after 5 minutes. No splash was heard. The severed line was retrieved, its end fused as if burned by pressure alone. An onboard scholar, Yoshida Rikuiman, experienced a seizure, and upon awakening, began reciting sections from the Kojiki, but reversed and interwoven with unknown syllables. The entire episode lasted under half an hour, yet rust spread across the ship's fittings, as if aged by decades. A Buddhist monk on board declared the event a rebuke from the hidden strata. The location was left unmapped. Today, portions of the Nankai still resist full seismic imaging, returning readings that resemble heartbeat signatures, rather than tremors. The place where time bends inward, some say, is not distant, but waiting below every still horizon. Upon reaching the East Pacific Rise in 1745, a Spanish merchant crew rerouted due to storm warnings and sailed further west than intended, veering near what would later become the Clarion-Clipperton Fracture Zone. For a full day, the ocean glowed faintly green, and beneath their hull, the water seemed almost solid, glassy, reflective, and convex. As the men worked above, soft knocking began from beneath the hold, slow and consistent. No source could be found. The ship's youngest boy, only 12, began drawing spirals in soot on the cabin walls, eyes closed, humming a foreign lullaby. Each spiral he drew precisely matched the geological outlines of known trench systems, though he had never seen a map. That night, the sea formed a perfect circle of foam around the ship. It remained unbroken for 4 hours, unaffected by wind or movement. The captain burned the ship's log upon reaching port, believing it cursed. He retired immediately, and never spoke of the voyage again. The Clarion-Clipperton region today is rich in minerals, but also in sonar confusion. When scanned, it hums slightly above human hearing, as though mimicking breath. Perhaps something stirred below that could not reach the surface, but sent a dreamer in its place. Following an unplanned detour during 1746, a Norwegian crew tracing whales off the Antarctic coast encountered an oceanic trench that would remain unnamed for 2 centuries. Icebergs floated unnaturally still, not drifting with the current. Each berg was marked with identical gouges, 3 vertical lines etched deep, spaced evenly. Beneath their vessel, the water reflected no color, even beneath a burning red sky. At dusk, a fog rose not from sea, but from the ship's timbers. Sailors began hearing long, low moans reverberating through the mast, vibrations resonating in the stomach rather than the ear. One crewman claimed to have seen a vast eye looking upward from beneath the waves, ringed not by lids, but coral and silence. As panic grew, the crew threw overboard every mirror aboard. The fog lifted. The ship was found 3 weeks later, drifting, empty. Only a single journal remained, tied to the helm with frayed kelp. Its last page read, "The trench spoke to us in patience. We could not bear to listen." That journal is stored in a Norwegian museum under glass, sealed from light. Modern scans of the region return incomplete. Radar maps fracture, digital instruments flicker. Something down there does not wish to be rendered. Later in 1747, a group of Arabian traders navigating unfamiliar waters southwest of Sri Lanka passed unknowingly over the deep fold of what is now the central Indian Ridge. During a windless stretch, the sea around their dhow began bubbling without heat, thousands of tiny, perfectly round bubbles rising and popping in unnatural unison. No sound accompanied them. The lead merchant began hallucinating shapes in the air, twisting spirals that coalesced into what he described as the writing of the drowned. An elderly navigator claimed the trench below was alive, that it had remembered his face from another lifetime. The ship's metal tools rusted at once, and the crew's prayers were spoken backward in their ears. One man saw a star fall upward from the sea into the sky. After they escaped the area, they noticed their map of the route had faded entirely. Nothing remained but a blank, wet outline of the ocean's shape. In later years, a poet from Basra wrote of this tale in a banned collection titled "The Breath Between Depths." The ridge still pulses with tectonic activity, but localized sonar always fails. It's said the water remembers trespass, and does not permit it twice. No one has dared test that truth. By 1748, a convoy from Venice, carrying scholars and goods to Portuguese colonies, veered into uncharted zones of the Atlantic to avoid piracy. Beneath their route, a trench now known only by reference as the Southern Veil showed itself with a change in water temperature, cold at the surface, warm below. A soft, amber-colored mist lingered above the ship, never dispersing despite wind. Lantern light refracted into unnatural patterns, 5-pointed stars that shimmered as though alive. Over 3 nights, the crew ceased aging, nails stopped growing, beards halted, wounds remained fresh and open, as though time had paused on a cellular level. A priest on board broke his rosary, not by accident, but by choice, claiming, "No god made this deep." Several men dreamed of staircases leading downward through shipwrecks, long buried, where bells rang underwater in harmony. When the mist finally lifted, their maps had reversed orientation. North was no longer up. The trench, unnamed officially, appears on no colonial charts. Modern divers have sought it. None return with complete footage. The amber mist, some say, is not cloud or vapor, but memory made visible. A place where time halts for those still undecided. Ispu, a time halts for those still undecided, and where maps must ask permission before remembering their direction. Toward the end of 1749, a Danish medical expedition drifting through the Arabian Sea stumbled upon a quiet region above what would later be termed the Carlsberg Ridge. Despite perfect weather, the ship's barometers plummeted. The sky remained clear, but the ocean turned dark, not black, but the hue of dried blood. Beneath the ship, small bursts of air bubbled to the surface in clockwork rhythm, though no volcanic activity was known in the region. The ship's physician noticed that all wound sites, including old scars, began to ache or reopen. One sailor bled from a birthmark he'd had since childhood. When they attempted to leave, The rudder refused to respond for 4 hours. They drifted in slow circles, each rotation shorter than the last, until they completed a perfect spiral on the water's surface. Just before dawn, the pressure normalized. The crew fled. Their surgeon upon return wrote, "Something beneath us measured our shapes and histories, blood by blood." Today, instruments placed in that trench region detect fluctuating bioelectric interference. No fish have ever been caught there, though sonar detects movement. The area is marked inconclusive, but if memory has density, this trench may be its reservoir, and bleeding might be its cost. During the spring of 1750, a group of Dutch botanists aboard de Volharding passed near the southernmost extension of the Peru-Chile Trench. While collecting algae samples, the crew noticed that each pulled specimen dissolved within seconds of surfacing, releasing a pungent scent of copper and roses. The ship's cook reported water refusing to boil, even when fire raged beneath it. That evening, the horizon split vertically. No clouds, no mist, just a seam down the center of the sky, running top to bottom. For 10 minutes, stars beyond that seam appeared different, redder, closer. Several crewmen saw massive silhouettes moving behind it, slowly shifting like whales, but with angles and symmetry no sea creature should possess. The botanists attempted sketches, but their ink bled off the pages. In the captain's log, only one sentence remained readable. "The trench is not beneath us, it is beside us, waiting for a turn." That trench remains poorly explored even now, with pressure anomalies and persistent sonar corruption. Many locals refer to the place as El Rasgon, the tier. Perhaps it is a boundary, or perhaps a mirror held vertically across the water's mind. Whatever was seen behind that split, it hasn't come forward again, or hasn't needed to. At midsummer in 1751, an American whaling ship from Massachusetts veered into unfamiliar Pacific waters, skimming what would later be a branch of the Tonga-Kermadec Trench. That night, the sea grew unnaturally calm, glass-like, soundless. All shipboards lost their creak, and ropes stiffened into unnatural curves, bending at corners instead of arcs. A lookout called down, whispering that stars had begun to fall upwards from the water's surface. No others saw it, but when the crew checked the sails, dozens of moths were found pressed between the fabric layers, perfectly preserved, flattened, and glowing faintly blue. They had never been there before. The ship's youngest hand claimed they'd been sent upward to replace what the sea returned. When morning came, every mirror on board shattered inward. The crew cast all reflective metal overboard. Since then, the region has remained mostly avoided, and those who map it digitally have noted geometric voids, patches of perfect black where no terrain registers. It is as if the trench continues, downward and inward, beyond its own body. Whalers of the 1800s whispered of a return sea, where things once taken must rise again. But no one speaks of what rose, only that it left no ripple. Later in 1752, an Ottoman naval sloop, charting safe trade paths near the Gulf of Aden, approached a deep anomaly at the edge of the Arabian Plate. Without warning, the water turned thick, visibly denser, slowing movement. The vessel groaned under the strain of navigating it, as if pushing through oil. At twilight, every candle aboard extinguished simultaneously. The sun took 3 times longer to set, and when it did, it sank into a purple horizon shaped like a dome. Sailors experienced intense déjà vu, reporting they'd lived the day already, yet recalled different conversations and memories. The imam on board wept quietly, saying he heard the trench reciting prayers from centuries ago, distorted but intact. Fish leapt from the sea, gasping and blind. When the ship turned back, its wake formed perfect octagonal ripples, unexplained, unrepeatable. Today, geologists remain puzzled by data spikes from the trench's edge. Sudden bursts of low-frequency sound, resembling human whispers reversed. Locals call the area the echo beneath the prophet, believing it to store the forgotten prayers of drowned men. Whatever was below the sloop in 1752 had memory, density, and silence shaped like a throat. Perhaps it wasn't the sea that slowed time, but something still learning to speak it. Early in 1753, a Polish exploratory vessel, chartered under Prussian authority, drifted into an unmapped depression between the South Atlantic Ridge and the Mid-Atlantic. The sea beneath shimmered with patches of gold-green light, pulsing in time with no wind or wave. When crew attempted to measure depth, their line returned dry, as if lowered into smoke. The ship's chronometer reversed 1 full hour over the course of the evening, yet the moon did not change phase. Above the waterline, they began to see reflections of a ship that was not theirs, larger, older, burnt along the hull, drifting silently beside them. No sound, no wake, just a twin that never answered. The doctor, a rationalist, threw himself overboard. The remaining crew lit fires at every corner of the deck and reversed course. They later reported that all fresh fruit aboard had liquefied, seeds intact, as if time had turned them backward. The trench, still unnamed, has been digitally erased in modern satellite imagery 4 times, each time appearing to split and merge across multiple latitudes. Some believe it is mobile, others say it is fixed, but not in space, rather in the folds between where ships go and where ships are watched. In the early summer of 1754, a French scientific expedition, known as l'Académie Nautique, embarked from New Caledonia, heading eastward toward waters only sparsely charted. Their vessel, La Vraie 4, was equipped with experimental instruments designed to measure electromagnetic pulses in the ocean. For 2 weeks, the voyage yielded little, but on the 15th night, they drifted into a stretch of Pacific water above what would later be hypothesized as an unrecognized trench system, never officially recorded, but etched faintly into 20th century bathymetric data as Subduction X. The descent into silence began gradually. First, the seabirds vanished. Then the sound of waves dulled into an odd padded hush, like breath underwater. All ropework ceased creaking. The ship seemed suspended not just on water, but in a pocket between moments. The crew's journals, dozens of them, recorded the exact same sentence, written independently and without knowledge of the others. "We are between the breaths of something larger." An artist aboard, Sébastien Roux, sketched a figure looming just beneath the waterline, not a beast, but a shape of intentional emptiness. It was circular, without edge, lined in symmetrical scratches that pulsed with bioluminescence and vanished if stared at directly. He drew 6 copies, each identical, and then burned them all at midnight without explanation. Others reported having dreams of being weighed down, not by pressure, but by memory. One sailor wept for hours, confessing to sins he had not committed. When the captain tried to calculate their coordinates, the astrolabe spun uselessly and cracked along its golden arc. By morning a thick black line had formed along the keel of the ship, impossible to scrub away. Roux was found in his cabin, having written breath held into his skin using a compass needle, each letter carefully curved. He survived, but never spoke again. Upon return, the French Royal Society refused to publish the expedition's findings, citing indeterminable metaphysical conflict with observable marine behavior. Roux's sketches, those not destroyed, remain hidden in a private archive beneath the Musée de la Marine. To this day, no satellite has recorded meaningful echo-sounding data in that swath of ocean. Research vessels pass quickly, avoid sonar, and do not linger. The trench or whatever lies beneath is no longer shown on updated maps. But older sailors, who served in the region before the war, still speak of a place where even thought slows. They call it La Pause de Dieu, the pause of God. And when asked what exactly pauses in that place, they never answer. They only look down, toward the floorboards, and breathe slowly, twice before changing the subject. 1 breath before, 1 breath after, nothing in between. By the spring of 1755, a British colonial convoy, bound for the western coast of Africa, sailed southward along the lesser charted edge of the Romanche fracture zone, passing over a narrow, steep declivity, flanked by pitch-black waters. Their lead ship, the Resolute, had reported mild navigational drift and minor compass instability in earlier legs of the journey. Nothing extraordinary, but at latitude 1 degree S, the crew noticed a stark transformation in the sea itself. Water no longer refracted moonlight. Reflections faded, the surface turned matte, and just after dusk, a fine silver mist settled across the deck, without smell, without origin, and unaffected by the breeze. The ocean beneath them exhaled warmth, rising in slow waves that never reached the hull. It was as if the trench below them had become a breathing lung, one that inhaled thoughts instead of air. Over the next 48 hours, none of the sailors spoke, not out of fear or restraint, but as though the ability to vocalize had evaporated. One officer, a man of renowned constitution, wept continuously while staring out to sea, his tears falling silently into the water. The ship's physician noted that several men no longer cast shadows. At high noon, the bell rang 13 times. No one touched the rope. That night, the quartermaster attempted to draw their current heading, but the ink refused to stick to the paper. It slid away in perfect globes, rolling off the parchment and vanishing. The only successful sketch made during those 2 days came from a mute boy aboard, sketched in charcoal directly onto the wooden floor of his bunk. The image showed a spiraling staircase descending into the seabed, flanked by stone figures with no eyes and no mouths, each bearing a compass in one hand and a torn sail in the other. The crew gathered in silence around the boy's bed and stared, transfixed. Some whispered afterward that they had seen this same place in dreams. They hadn't remembered until that very moment. When the ship finally passed beyond the zone, suddenly and without visible marker, color returned to the sea. Voices rose awkwardly, as though emerging from long disuse. But all compasses aboard were permanently dead. Salt crystals had formed in unnatural square patterns across the deck, concentrated toward the stern, as if pointing behind them. The mute boy never drew again. Upon arrival in Accra, most of the crew took leave and refused to sail again. The captain's final logbook entry reads only, "We passed through something's memory. It allowed us out." To this day, the trench at that point resists standard classification. Its pressure readings fluctuate, without reason. Currents flow counter to global mapping. Submersibles have reported a strange lurch at 6,000 meters, as though crossing into a chamber where even machines forget their purpose. Oceanographers call the anomaly the Hush Rift. But among descendants of the crew, the tale is passed down under a different name, the place where silence learned to breathe. They say it doesn't speak, it listens, and one day, it will remember everything. Midway through 1756, an Ottoman-led maritime research fleet departed from Alexandria to explore reported seismic disturbances southwest of the Indian Ocean ridge. The project, backed by scholars from Istanbul's Grand Observatory, combined spiritual and scientific aims, charting not only the tremors, but the whispers said to travel along deep ocean fissures during the Prophet's night. After several uneventful weeks at sea, the fleet's flagship, Al-Barak, approached a peculiar region marked by uniform wave height, unchanging regardless of wind. Instruments, primitive seismoscopes, and star dials stopped functioning as they neared the site. What began as silence became something more deliberate. It wasn't the absence of noise, it was the deliberate compression of all sound, as if the trench below demanded reverence before contact. Sailors soon reported feeling watched, not by eyes, but by depth itself. Tea boiled in cold pots, cloth refused to absorb water. Most striking of all, an aged Qori aboard, tasked with daily Quranic recitation, lost his voice entirely, while attempting to recite Surah al-Zalzala, the chapter on Earth's shaking. His lips moved, his breath flowed, but no sound emerged. That night, a silver filament rose from the sea like a vertical thread of fog, vibrating, upright, connected to nothing. It hovered beside the ship until dawn, pulsing in rhythm with the men's heartbeats. When it vanished, all those aboard bore temporary hearing loss, replaced by the distant echo of their own names called backward. The fleet reversed course, shaken. On return, only one manuscript was completed, a partial chart, titled Katmanlarin Arasındaki Dua, the prayer between layers. It depicts the trench not as a line but a spiral, descending between 7 strata of lightless water, each named for a sensation: weight, silence, stillness, breath, shadow, memory, and release. The map's ink has remained uncannily dark over centuries, refusing to fade even in open air. Today, satellite bathymetry confirms the trench's steep gradient, yet every image returns warped, as though the seabed folds in on itself when observed. Attempts to place seismic buoys have failed. The devices vanish, often transmitting static encoded with repetitive syllables, not words, but phonetic approximations of human breath. No official name has been assigned. Among local Somali sailors, it's referred to as Sususta de Beylaha Hus, the memory of the lower winds. But whispered accounts among Istanbul's oldest spiritual schools offer another interpretation. They say this is where forgotten prayers go to rest, collected in layers of listening so deep, not even the earth's crust remembers them. According to these tales, the trench does not punish or protect, it waits. It listens to the words unsaid and dreams unspoken, storing them until such time as the sea breathes inward again. As of now, no nation has attempted a second survey. The last vessel that tried lost all internal clocks, and when the ship returned, its logs contained dates from the next century, written in handwriting none of the crew could identify. They burned the documents, but the trench, as always, remembers, and it is in no hurry to be named. In the autumn of 1757, a Swedish mineralogical ship, named Förlorad Våglängd, the Lost Wavelength, ventured into the South Pacific under Crown patronage. Its objective was to sample seabed formations, rumored to hold new types of crystalline sediment. The expedition drifted farther west than planned, skirting a sliver of abyss, yet uncharted on any naval record. The ship's charts became inconsistent. Latitude readings flickered, and compass needles quivered toward true north. But only during moments of human silence. Whenever a crewman spoke, even in hushed tones, the needle turned away. Most attributed this to magnetic disturbance. But when the wind died, and the ocean became glass, the air itself changed. Speech, though possible, emerged fragmented. Words elongated or collapsed in the mouth. God became Gi Hodoa, stretched unnaturally, as though the sound had to wade through thicker air. The ship's dog refused to bark. Gunpowder failed to ignite. Echoes returned minutes later, often out of order. The crew's academic lead, Dr. Olgot Bremer, recorded his own laughter bouncing back in reverse half an hour after a joke. More disturbing, it returned in a deeper voice. The men became solemn, muttering prayers in broken cadence, afraid of summoning something listening just beneath the calm. One officer described the sensation as being inside a sentence paused between commas. Then came the salt. Thin, horizontal lines of it began forming on the deck each morning, etched as if laid by fingertip. They followed no pattern, except that each marked where someone had spoken the day before. Sailors stopped talking entirely, not from superstition, but instinct. Instruments inside the hold began ticking without gears, keeping time to no clock. Ink turned clear. Mirrors warped gently toward the center, as if pulled from behind. Then, without warning, a bell rang deep within the sea, not the ship's bell, but one far beneath, low and cathedral-like, echoing through the hull, as if the ocean itself had called something to attention. That same night, every crewman dreamed the same dream. Each was alone in a vast black chamber, seated before an immense closed eye of glass. The eye did not blink, it did not speak, but all knew it waited to open. Upon waking, they found each man had drawn the same image onto their pillowcases using salt, a spiral surrounded by 13 dots. The captain ordered a full turn north, abandoning the survey. Bremer's notes were confiscated on return, and all crew were forbidden from serving again under Swedish naval flag. The trench, if it can be called that, is still absent from global maps. A phantom abyss, a fold in water's skin. Locals on the Tuamotu archipelago refer to that patch of sea as Tara Vavai Tara, the suspended word. Oral tradition claims that long ago, the ocean was taught to speak, but stuttered, creating a flaw in its voice. That flaw remains, concealed in depth, listening for those who forget the silence between syllables. No one has found its bottom, no one has heard its full name, but its pause still waits, somewhere in the folds of the sea's breath, unfinished and aware. During the late months of 1758, an English merchant vessel, the Camden Wick, departed Port Louis under a contract to deliver preserved natural specimens to ports along the African coast. Its route dipped further south than usual, tracing the narrowing edge of the Agulhas Basin, an area still largely unmapped in the 18th century. Though their voyage began uneventfully, by the 5th day at sea, the helmsman reported a persistent sensation of depth without pull, as though the ship floated atop a cavern rather than water. Shortly after, the surface of the sea stilled to such perfection that the stars reflected in impossible clarity, except where one specific portion of the sky seemed to flicker, as if air itself distorted above a section of ocean. The captain ordered sounding lines to be dropped, but they returned slack. No resistance, no bottom. One crewman, tasked with reeling them in, fell into seizure mid-deck, mumbling in a voice not his own. He repeated a phrase none could identify. Below it waits, never above, always dreaming downward. They tried again, this time with iron weights and a lantern attached. The line returned soaked, not in water, but a milky luminous fluid that evaporated within moments. The lantern was gone. That night, the ocean beneath them glowed faintly blue from beneath, with concentric rings slowly pulsing outward from the ship's shadow. No sea life was visible, no fish, no birds, not even plankton. The cargo-sealed jars of rare frogs and insects began to crack one by one. The ship's surgeon opened one, and found the specimen dissolved into fine dust, despite the jar's vacuum seal remaining unbroken. Even stranger, one of the frog's skeletal patterns had been imprinted on the inside glass in reversed form, like a memory fossilized in vapor. By sunrise, a strange rust-colored mist descended in perfect silence. Visibility fell to nothing. Voices began to lag, responding a second too late. The crew held lanterns aloft, but their light refused to travel. It hovered near the flame, as if uncertain. At high noon, the sun turned a color described as liquid ivory, and for 13 minutes, the ship's shadow vanished completely. The men stood on glowing wood without silhouette. A prayer book began weeping salt from its spine, curling its pages inward. When the mist finally lifted, the ship's compass had reversed polarity. The captain insisted they return immediately. Once docked, none would speak of what had happened, and the Camden Wick was sold for parts, its hull never used again. Today, marine researchers recognize the region as a deep trough near the edge of the Agulhas fracture zone. It's an area where all attempts to measure bathymetry have yielded partial data, interrupted, skewed, or oddly mirrored. The trench resists shape. Oceanographers call it a depth without reflection. In the log's last unsmudged page, the captain scrawled a single warning in crimson ink. Not all water holds memory, some holds forgetting, and if you linger too long, you may forget what you are before the trench forgets you. In early 1759, a Spanish exploratory corvette, La Gracia del Abismo, set sail from Panama to chart rumored volcanic rises across the East Pacific. Her course, uncommonly bold, traced an oblique arc toward what is now considered the Panama Fracture Zone. The vessel carried a complement of scholars, astronomers, and a Jesuit archivist known only as Fray Mateo, who had insisted the route intersected with something older than the sea itself. The admiral scoffed until they crossed into a band of ocean where pressure fell without depth. Barometers dipped sharply, air thinned, breath came harder, as if the lungs had to pull through syrup. Instruments gave conflicting readings. The ship had not climbed or sunk, yet every man aboard felt they were rising through something dense and unseen. By the third day in this pressure veil, lantern flames began turning counterclockwise. The logbooks grew warm to the touch. One deckhand, while painting a compass rose for the new charts, found that no pigment would adhere to the southeast quadrant. It repelled ink. At noon, time fractured. The bell rang the same hour twice. One sailor watched the sun reverse its path for 3 minutes, casting shadows in the opposite direction. Watches and astrolabes ticked out of phase with each other, counting uneven seconds. Fray Mateo declared the ship had passed into a fault not of stone, but of story, a break in the ocean's recollection of itself. He produced an ancient scrap of scripture he claimed had been dreamt, not written. In its center, an unfamiliar glyph, a spiral with 4 terminating lines, each pointing inward. That same symbol began appearing in condensation on windows, and once impossibly, beneath the skin of the ship's priest, traced in red just above his ribs. The glyph pulsed faintly and faded within the hour. Late that evening, the sea beneath the hull trembled with a soundless vibration, as if the ocean were trembling with withheld speech. The surface produced no wave. The ship stood utterly still, sails stiff, yet unmoving, as though caught in a held breath. Beneath them, what little they could see in the moonlight seemed wrong. Water refracting into long vertical corridors, like windows gazing downward. The sea did not ripple, it listened. When the silence finally broke, it came with a singular tone, low, round, and felt in the bones more than heard. Every dog aboard howled simultaneously. Fray Mateo collapsed and awoke reciting nursery rhymes in reverse Latin. The captain turned them around without debate. His final journal entry recorded this: "We trespassed into something's memory, and it held its breath. We escaped not because we were unnoticed, but because we were recognized." No data from that trench was ever mapped. Today, the region suffers from repeated satellite blackouts, and bathymetric surveys are corrupted by vertical bleed, a phenomenon where the seafloor appears to mirror itself upward. Oceanographers still debate the cause, but the few who've read Fray Mateo's surviving notes, sealed in the Vatican Library, simply call it La Fractura dell'Olvido, the fracture of forgetting, and they do not revisit it. By the onset of 1760, a Russian imperial survey ship, known as Krepost Zarya, charted a daring route east of the Kuril Islands, edging near what would later become one of the deepest documented segments of the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench. Conditions were favorable: clear skies, compliant winds, a disciplined crew. But after passing a narrow corridor between 2 undersea escarpments, the water grew unnervingly still. Nets dropped into the sea returned empty, not even with silt or broken shells. The crew began to refer to it as bezhizneniy priemnik, the lifeless receiver. Beneath the hull, the ocean seemed unnaturally level. No swell, no chop, just a quiet vastness that absorbed motion. Objects fell slower overboard. A copper mug tossed from the stern spun gently, suspended for several seconds before finally disappearing into the flat void. Tension spread across the deck. Several men reported their dreams becoming lucid and synchronized, each dreaming of a staircase spiraling beneath glass, echoing with a pulsing low chime that grew closer each night. One midshipman, Anton Vasilev, attempted to capture what he called the trench's reflection by sketching it in charcoaled seawater. His drawing depicted a blackened rift, lined with figures in fetal repose, each bound in ropes made not of twine, but hair. These figures faced downward, suspended in mid-descent. His hands shook as he sketched, and afterward, he was unable to speak for 3 days. Before sunrise on the 4th day, a mist of ash-like material began descending over the deck. It carried no scent, and when collected, dissolved into water, leaving behind a slick surface that reflected nothing. Maps exposed to the air during this time lost all their southern coordinates, not erased, but inverted. When instruments were rechecked, depth readings looped, descending thousands of meters, then restarting at 0, then diving again, as though the trench below had no floor, only recursion. Captain Ivan Mirov ordered a full retreat at sunrise, but the ship resisted movement. Sails filled, rudders turned, yet progress stalled for hours. A crewman climbed the mast to gain visibility, and collapsed upon descent, eyes wide, unable to close them. He died by nightfall, pupils dilated, iris rings locked into concentric spirals. His eyelids refused to shut even after death. The surgeon wrapped his face in black cloth and refused to record a cause. Upon return to Petropavlovsk, Krepost Zarya was quietly decommissioned. The logs were sealed under imperial edict. Modern attempts to scan the trench from orbit result in impossible gradients, lines that descend reverse and descend again, mimicking stairs carved by erasure. Locals in the Kamchatka region speak of a silent ladder buried under the sea, one that never finishes its descent. No academic papers reference the exact coordinates. No vessels linger there more than hours. A whisper remains in archival Russian. Lesnitsa bez dna, the stairway without a bottom. Whatever awaits in that silent well has not risen. But its shape has already passed into those who saw it, and those who sleep facing north. Late in the year 1761, a Portuguese scientific vessel, O Olhar da Terra, the Eye of the Earth, was dispatched to investigate unexplained gravitational readings off the southern tip of Africa, near the junction where the Agalhas Basin folds toward the South Sandwich Trench. Funded jointly by Lisbon's Academy of Natural Sciences and a discreet monastic order, the mission was billed as a fusion of exploration and metaphysical inquiry. The ship bore instruments designed to test the pressure changes in ocean layers and their effects on timekeeping devices. But the voyage encountered far more than deviation in clocks. Weather held constant for 3 days as the vessel coasted into deepening waters. Sailors remarked on a growing pressure in their temples, not painful, but numbing, as if thought itself became heavier. One scholar, Father Luis de Moniz, recorded in his diary a sensation he described as gravity of memory, a force that pulled not on flesh, but on recollection. He began writing pages in reverse, convinced that their destination was not forward in space, but backward in memory. Others reported forgetting simple facts, birth dates, prayers, the shape of their homes. The deeper they moved, the more past seemed to blur and fragment. The sea shifted color each morning. Not the sky, not the light, but the ocean itself, bleeding slowly through hues no dye could match. Bruised violet, then oxblood, then a flat, unreadable grey. When attempting to anchor, the chains grew cold enough to blister bare hands though sunlight remained intense. Over the port side, a single glowing fracture appeared in the water, linear, like a wound stitched shut with shadows. It extended endlessly. Some crew swore it moved. On the 5th night, the ship began to echo itself. Footsteps sounded twice, once on the deck, once delayed beneath it. Voices rose a beat after being spoken. One man heard his own scream come from another cabin. The quartermaster, terrified, locked the hull storage. But when it was opened the next morning, all barrels had been turned upside down and sealed with salt, their markings rewritten in spirals. None recalled doing it. A wooden crucifix on the stern blackened from the inside out. It cracked, split open, and within its core was found a folded slip of parchment, so old it disintegrated to the touch. What could be read was a symbol, a downward-pointing triangle over a single word, vacío, empty. Father Louis claimed the trench had pressed the absence into them, as one might stamp wax. His final written thought, scrawled in the ship's margins, read, "The abyss has not always been below us. There was a time when it surrounded." Upon return, the crew dispersed, refusing interviews. The ship was burned ceremonially at sea. Modern data from the trench edge reveals spikes in gravitational anomalies and magnetic distortions so intense they curve sonar returns. Scientists blame undersea topography, but in hushed university circles, it's whispered that the sea once forgot something important, that in certain trenches, it's trying to remember by hollowing out anyone who listens too closely. The place remains unnamed on official charts, yet native Zulu fishermen call it Ukukabanga Okudidekale, the broken thought, and the sea around it never makes the same sound twice. Early in 1762, a Prussian mineral analysis vessel, Der Spiegelgrund, ventured far into the North Atlantic's abyssal plains, with the intent to test new deep-sounding equipment, designed to reach depths greater than any previously recorded. They set course toward the lesser-known bend near the Mid-Atlantic Ridge's fracture zones, beyond the Faro Plateau. No storm pursued them, no surface currents interfered. Yet shortly after crossing the 62nd meridian west, the ocean became unreadable. Instruments registered inverted gradients, colder temperatures descending, then climbing again. denser water above lighter, as if something beneath had pulled the normal rules inside out. The vessel's lead engineer, Jakob Drossel, lowered their deepest calibrated line, a mile-long copper strand tether with a lead anchor. When retrieved 3 hours later, it had twisted into a spiral and fused like a braided candle. The outer layer of the ship's iron braces grew fine cracks that mimicked handwriting, unidentifiable but undeniably patterned. Crew reported nausea, not from motion, but from depth that kept changing while standing still. At night, the sky seemed lower, stars shimmered nearer, warped, pulsing out of sync. For 2 nights, they didn't move forward at all. Wind held steady, sails full, yet the ship circled the same coordinates repeatedly, caught in a current that mapped no circle. One officer sketched the stars and compared them to the naval charts, none aligned, not misaligned, but rearranged. The celestial dome had bent subtly, reshaped from below. Drossel's journals described a heavy presence beneath the vessel, not a creature, not a mass, just pressure shaped like waiting. A distinct thudding, rhythmic but arrhythmic, echoed from the water's depths, like a clock too old to keep time. The cook found fish swimming upside down in the barrels, alive and gasping despite no water. Their scales carried microscopic symbols, hexagons nested inside spirals, etched like tattoos. On the 4th night, a fog rose from the sea, but didn't spread. It formed a wall, vertical, humming slightly, visible only in moonlight. The fog rippled as if woven, trembling when the ship came close. A sailor leaned over to touch it, and vanished. No splash, no fall, just absence. His boots remained, still warm. The next morning, all chronometers aboard read different dates, 2 from the past, 1 from the following year. Drossel abandoned the expedition immediately. Upon return, he published nothing. In a sealed letter discovered after his death, he wrote, "That was no trench. It was an incision, stitched once, now loosening. The ocean bleeds the shape of forgetting, and we drifted across its scar." The German Admiralty removed Der Spiegelgrund from naval records. The trench remains unnamed, but known among black chart navigators as Narbenschlund, the Scarmore. It appears in no textbooks, but echoes from that region occasionally show up in seismic records. A low, slow series of pulses, too regular to be tectonic. Not even modern sonar can return a true image of the site. Every attempt results in outlines folding inward, as if the sea itself prefers to turn away when looked at, and still, the fog appears in rare satellite photos, vertical, humming. A wound, healing slowly, or not at all. In the midwinter of 1763, a Dutch expeditionary ship, De Stiltewaard, sponsored by a private trade guild, sailed along the jagged periphery of the Scotia Sea, in search of rumoured mineral anomalies and thermal vents. Beneath them stretched the unplumbed folds of what would later be called the South Sandwich Trench, but at the time remained merely a blank slash in untested waters. After weeks of routine sailing, the expedition reported a sudden stillness, not just of sea, but of sensation. Barometric pressure normalized. Wind held steady, yet the ship's lanterns swayed side to side, not with motion, but in response to something that wasn't there. Like breath from a throat they could not hear. Beneath the keel, a glow emerged, dim at first, faint filaments trailing upward, like smoke from a drowned chimney. Then more distinct, a pale blue curtain of light, rippling along the trench wall beneath them, rising toward the surface in perfect parallel. It remained visible for hours. The captain described it as a ghost's ascent, silent and undeserved. No bubbles, no temperature change, just presence. The helmsman attempted to record depth, but the instrument needle split, not bent, not broken, split cleanly down the center. The ship's bell began ringing without wind or hand, always in threes. One crew member collapsed at dawn, hands pressed to his chest. When revived, he claimed he'd felt something take hold of his memory and twist it, like a wet cloth. He recited events that had never happened. He insisted they'd already returned home. Later he drew detailed maps of a city beneath the trench, complete with names, archways, monuments, and cathedrals, that curved downward instead of up. He had never held a pencil before that day. As noon approached, the glow beneath the water dimmed and was replaced by shadow, not absence of light, but light reversed. Crew members saw their reflections in the sea, but aged, twisted slightly, eyes closed. The ship's cat, typically aloof, paced in perfect squares across the deck, meowing in intervals that matched the bells tolling. Logs recorded these patterns. They stopped only when the reflection disappeared. Later, as they turned north, the sea began to ripple in perfect concentric rings, unmoving, untouched, as if something beneath them had spoken through water instead of sound. The cook reported spoons twitching on their own, drawing slight spirals in spilled salt. The surgeon burned all cotton aboard, saying the thread had learned to pull itself. That night, every crewman slept without dreaming, and when they awoke, none could recall the color of the sky from the day before. De Stiltewaert never returned to the trench. Its voyage was marked a natural irregularity by Dutch maritime authorities, but its surgeon, in retirement, carved repeating patterns into the walls of his home. One visitor noted they resembled coastal topography, but one line, deep and central, spiraled, not into land, but through it. To this day, the South Sandwich Trench resists sonar calibration. It returns depth beyond its topography, depth that bleeds upward. Cartographers call it a sink in truth, and beneath that truth, something ancient breathes with patience. Throughout the summer of 1764, a Venetian chartered vessel, L'Occhio di Vetro, the Glass Eye, traversed the eastern Indian Ocean, gathering hydrographic data in hopes of refining trade routes between Africa and Southeast Asia. Its crew was diverse: navigators, scholars, even a poet, and its route daring, tracing a remote seafloor valley near what modern geology suspects may be an undeclared trench system, south of the Wharton Basin. Though the charts predicted turbulence, they found instead an unnerving calm. The ocean stilled, glass smooth, yet the air above churned, light breezes, fluttering sails without moving the sea beneath. Each night, something below glowed with a pale gold shimmer, steady, not biological, and unnervingly symmetrical. Lines of illumination formed faint cross-hatched grids beneath the hull, reaching deeper than visibility allowed. The crew lowered weighted mirrors into the water, hoping to reflect what eyes could not pierce. The mirrors returned darkened, not damaged, but somehow coated with a sheen of black so uniform it reflected nothing, not even light. One sailor described it as color that hadn't been invented yet. On the fourth day, reflections from the sea surface stopped matching reality. The sun's image appeared 5 degrees east of its actual position. Stars flickered in triplicate. More disturbingly, the reflection of the ship showed sails drawn, despite the real ones hanging slack. Sailors avoided looking down. The cook poured soup overboard and claimed it fell up. Below deck, the poet, Giovanni Rizzo, began writing verses in languages he did not speak. The ship's physician believed them to be Old Sumerian, scrawled phonetically. One stanza read, "When loosely translated, the wound knows no scar, only hunger for silence." That same night, the floorboards creaked in rhythm with heartbeats, not the crew's, but something slower, deeper, a heartbeat that came from beneath. Rizzo, struck with fever, awoke screaming that the sea was trying to remember its name. He clawed the maps, removing every written label, then wept as he whispered, "Names are how it finds you." No one dared restrain him. That evening, a distant tolling bell echoed from the trench, unmistakable, deep, mournful. There were no ships nearby, no land, only the wound below, ringing once, then falling silent again. By morning, several ropes aboard had frayed, not torn, not cut, but unwound delicately, as if picked apart, strand by unseen hands. The cargo barrels of ink had spoiled into dry black salt. The crew, shaken but unharmed, turned west. The trench behind them shimmered faintly and faded from view. Historians later searched Rizzo's journals. The final poem, incomplete, read, "It dreamed us once, then woke too soon. The breath it lost, it left in stone." Today, portions of the region return anomalous seafloor readings, flat when they should be jagged, jagged where nothing exists. Deep sea microphones placed nearby have picked up faint verses at impossible depths, low, slow, without human modulation. To scholars, it's an anomaly. To the few remaining sailors who remember tales of l'occhio di vetro, it is la ferita che guarda, the wound that watches, and it is said that to look down into that trench is to be seen, and quietly rewritten. In the final days of 1765, a British scientific vessel named HMS Solstice departed Mauritius on a mission to chart a newly discovered subsea ridge. Their destination lay between the known segments of the Indian Ocean fracture system, where anomalies in tidal pull had puzzled navigators for decades. What they found, neither ridge nor rise, was a cavity. A rift so wide and cleanly shaped, it resembled a collapsed corridor, sheer and symmetrical. Depth readings ceased after 7,000 meters. The lead line snapped, not from pressure, but as if cut. When it was retrieved, the frayed end had been knotted in a perfect spiral, one no sailor on board had tied. Though the sea was calm, vibrations began to rise through the hull, not enough to shake, but just enough to murmur through the teeth. Crew members chewed tobacco to keep their jaws from clenching. Below, strange light forms danced, slender, vertical beams that neither moved nor flickered, only faded when approached. The navigator described them as columns of hesitation, and no one challenged him. One seaman dropped a silver coin into the water. It didn't sink, it hovered, turning in place, until it vanished without ripple or trace. A botanist aboard, Eliza Hargrove, kept a meticulous diary. Her entries changed midway through their stay above the trench. First, her handwriting shifted. Then, her grammar inverted, verbs leading, subjects following, as though her thoughts now obeyed a different gravity. Her sketches included seagrass that grew upside down, with roots branching toward the moon. When questioned, she insisted the trench was not deep, but tall, an inverted tower of memory, laid into the crust. By their 6th day, the wind above changed tone. Sailors described it as singing, yet tuneless, a vibration more than melody. At one point, all deck-bound shadows bent eastward at once, though the sun hung to the west. That evening, light behaved erratically. Lanterns refused to cast glow more than an inch beyond their glass. The ship's compass began spinning only when no one looked at it. It stopped the moment eyes returned. Rations spoiled despite cold storage. Pages in closed books yellowed overnight. And then came the dream, a shared one. Every member of the crew, including Eliza, awoke pale and shaking, unable to speak of what they'd seen but united by a single phrase spoken in sleep. It has begun remembering downward. Even the captain admitted he had dreamt of stone staircases curving into pressureless space, each step bearing a name he'd never heard, but recognized nonetheless. The expedition ended without disaster, yet the effects lingered. Eliza left maritime science, and spent her life sketching the same structure from memory, a spiraled pillar, with no foundation. The captain retired in silence, refusing to speak the trench's name. In recent years, underwater scanners, attempting to survey the same region, have returned blank. Not corrupted, not damaged, blank. As if the equipment had obeyed a different assignment. This unlisted depression is now referred to among deep-sea cartographers, the vertical absence. It does not appear on maps, and when asked why, those who've seen the data offer only this: because it's not a place, it's a correction, and the sea has already begun rewriting us from beneath. In 1766, a French East India vessel, Le Vainqueur, altered its usual route while seeking a faster passage to Pondicherry. The decision led them into unfamiliar water southeast of Réunion, just beyond a fault line where the seabed dipped sharply, a portion of the Crozet Basin previously uncharted. At first the ocean was kind, smooth skies, cooperative wind, no sign of reefs or currents. But once the ship crossed a narrow band of oddly warm water, the atmosphere shifted, the air grew heavier, breaths slowed. Every man aboard began sweating, even at night, and yet claimed they felt no heat. Pressure did not crush, it whispered. Below the keel the ocean changed color subtly, greenish at midday, lead grey at dusk, then faintly violet by night. Sound dulled, even footsteps lost clarity. The sailors began walking softer, not by instruction, but as if instinctively aware they were being listened to. The surgeon noted that every candle aboard began burning taller, unusually thin flames, flickering against the wind, stretching toward the sea rather than the sky. And with each flame came a flickering of memory. Names forgotten, directions reversed. Crew members murmured their own biographies as though narrating someone else's past. Depth soundings became incoherent. No measurement stuck. The same drop would return with a depth of 6,000 meters, then 14, then 2, each with equal certainty. Eventually, the lead line was abandoned. Instead, the men watched the water itself, which had taken on a kind of posture, leaning inward toward the hull, not lapping against it but bowing beneath, curving around the ship like liquid glass, guided by gravity. At midnight, something beneath began to pulse. No light, no shape, just a throbbing push that rhythmically distended the surface, every 10 seconds. Not seismic, not biological, simply a pattern. The navigator attempted to align the stars for correction, but the stars no longer aligned. Polaris had shifted several degrees. Sextants failed to focus. When the captain ordered the crew to turn back, the rudder refused. Not jammed, not stuck. It spun freely without affecting direction. The ship continued forward, drifting in silence until one man began to sing. It was a shanty no one had taught him, one he didn't recall knowing. Each verse described a trench where sound was currency, and the weight of a secret could drown a ship. His voice echoed oddly, trailing behind like sea foam on still air. The crew listened, paralyzed. Only after the final note did the ship shudder once, hard, and the rudder caught wind again. They turned, and the water, now red like steeped iron, receded to blue. Levainqueur returned, Leighton rattled, logs were fragmented, journals repeated phrases like listening ocean, and breath held at depth. Modern sonar scans have failed to locate any fault in that area, but each pass records a faint, regular vibration at a depth beyond measurement. Too slow for tectonics, too perfect for nature. It's called the Crozet hum, and to those who've heard it, it's not the sea singing, it's the sea thinking. In 1767, a Spanish brigantine named Les Umbra Clara was tasked with ferrying volcanic rock samples from the western Pacific to colonial stations in Manila. Its route dipped precariously close to the oceanic trench west of the Mariana Islands, then an unrecorded chasm locals avoided without explanation. As the vessel crossed into these darker waters, the air thinned in an intangible way, not by altitude, but perception. Sailors grew quieter. Conversations slowed, whispered sentences trailed into unfinished thoughts. Even breathing felt reluctant, as if air itself second-guessed being taken in. Sound aboard changed. Hammers no longer rang sharply. Footsteps failed to echo in the hold. Ropes made no creak as they strained under tension. And below the hull, something moved. Always below, never surfacing. The water pulsed occasionally, with soft bell-like ripples. One crewman described the sensation as sailing across the chest of something dreaming. Beneath the ship, no fish swam, no birds flew overhead. At sunset, the light broke strangely, with shadows bending away from the sun, rather than toward it. The first object to behave unnaturally was a bronze crucifix, hanging in the officers' quarters. It began to tremble at dusk, and glowed faintly at dawn. It was submerged in salt water for safekeeping, but the glow persisted. The ship's carpenter claimed the wood of the mast had softened, not rotted, but relaxed, like sinew warming. Sailcloth darkened, and ink refused to dry on any open ledger. 3 nights in, a voice was heard, not shouting, not speech, but a clear phrase whispered from beneath the water. "Do not ask where the bottom is." It was heard simultaneously by 9 different men stationed apart. The cook dropped a ladle. A sailor fainted. The captain ordered the brig turned, but the ship moved no faster. The wake split at unnatural angles. Some curved inward, others failed to extend at all. The sea became geometrically confused. Just before turning back, one of the junior officers lowered a silver-tipped weight into the trench. It returned melted flat, embossed with what resembled a thumbprint. 5 ridges perfectly formed, but too wide, too smooth, too deliberate. It wasn't pressure, it was contact. He refused to speak after that. They fled at full sail. But during the escape, every bell aboard rang in succession, each chime clearer than the last, and yet none of them were rung by hand or wind. The crew covered their ears in unison, not from volume, but from recognition. Each man claimed to have heard a word within the bell, different for each, yet universally understood. Modern charts note magnetic distortion in the region, but no fault line. Researchers call it the silent fall. No equipment has measured its bottom, no pressure probe returns unwarped. And beneath that calm, there's a rhythm still humming, 5 vibrations per hour, perfectly spaced. It doesn't sound like breath anymore. By 1768, an Austrian-funded vessel, Die Stille Krone, the Silent Crown, set sail with an unusual cargo, a mechanized pressure chamber meant to descend below 9,000 meters. Its inventor, Professor Lothar Weiss, believed that certain underwater vibrations, if recorded precisely, could reveal ancient tectonic languages embedded within Earth's crust. Their destination was an unmapped crescent fold, east of the 90 East Ridge, an abyss whispered about in monsoon ports, referred to only as the Death Basin. Weiss dismissed the folklore. He believed data could outvoice myth. Initial descent of the chamber returned nothing. No sound, no seismic resonance, just black readings. Then on the third drop, something changed. The recording drum skipped. Ink pooled on its surface, pooled not spooled, forming perfect concentric circles without rotation. Inside the pressure gauge window, the mercury stilled, flat as glass. Weiss thrilled, called it the eye of the pressure god. The next night, the sea rose by inches. No storm, no current, just lift. The stars above reflected oddly. They stretched vertically, as if light itself warped around a hidden rim. Sailors grew quiet, and one began sketching hourglasses across every scrap of paper he found. The doctor noted that everyone's pulse slowed by exactly 3 beats per minute. Even the cat stopped purring. An hour before dawn, the ship tilted slightly to starboard, unprovoked. When checked, the sea beneath the hull wasn't just deeper, it was leaning. Instruments measured a tilt in the water column itself. Something immense had moved, not laterally, but across dimensions the crew couldn't explain. The pressure chamber, lowered again, returned twisted into a perfect helix. Weiss wept, not in horror, but in awe. That same day, the cook opened a tin of preserved figs, and found them calcified, stone-hard hollow within, filled with brittle lattices, like fossilized coral. They shattered at touch. Every man aboard began coughing in sync, precisely 4 times every hour, even when asleep. The ship's pendulum clock cracked down the center and reversed its swing. At sundown, a sound emerged, not from sea or air, but through the wood itself. The hull groaned in an articulate rhythm, long, short, short, long. Weiss believed it to be patterned. He attempted to transcribe it, but the symbols he drew could not be replicated. When redrawn, they altered themselves, curving inward, spiraling, vanishing off the page's corner. After return, Die Stille Krone was sold and dismantled. Weiss withdrew from public life. His final notes refer to the trench not as a place, but a spatial memory error, a part of Earth that was overwritten by something else long ago. He warned against attempting further descents, stating, "That place does not compress matter, it compresses narrative. What you were before the trench is not what you return as." To this day, the site remains uncharted. GPS falters, deep drones fail, hydrophones placed nearby record silence, so perfect, it becomes unnatural. Some believe that beneath that quiet lies not bedrock, but an archive, and the hum, so faint, is not geological at all. It's listening for something worth remembering. During the winter of 1769, a Danish naval research vessel, Den Vandende Marmer, the Weeping Marble, departed from the Nicobar Islands, with orders to trace unconfirmed bathymetric drops, recorded by earlier Dutch maps. Their course followed a zigzag pattern over the Bay of Bengal, eventually placing them above an indentation so smooth and symmetrical that the navigator thought it a cartographer's mistake. It was not. What stretched below them was a trench too uniform for nature, descending in gradients that mimicked architecture, recessed, echoing an intentional design. One sailor described it as a staircase for oceans to kneel upon. Water temperature dropped 10 degrees without warning. Fog bloomed from the surface, clinging low like a weighted veil. It moved in loops, not swirls, circular arcs that looped around the vessel and drew closed. When it touched the ship's railings, condensation formed, not as droplets, but words, unreadable, fragmented, etched into glassy beads, each sliding toward the same corner of the deck, as if pulled by memory. Lanterns flickered blue, not yellow, and their flames bent toward the water rather than the sky. The ship's parrot stopped mimicking words and began repeating breaths, soft, shallow, human-like, from no voice the crew recognized. 2 crewmen vanished on the second night. Their hammocks were undisturbed, blankets still warm, but a fine mist was left behind, saline in smell, but unnaturally sweet. A third man claimed he could see people walking on the trench floor below, slow, tall figures, dragging chains of silence, visible only from the bow and only in still water. When asked to point them out again, he began weeping and refused to open his eyes for the remainder of the voyage. The ship's compass locked southward, even when turned physically. Maps began to fade, letters blurred, borders unraveled, and coastlines washed away from parchment. The captain used a glass globe for bearings instead, marking their location by finger rather than star. Each morning, birds were seen circling above the trench, but no feathers fell, no cries were heard. They moved in perfect figure eights, as though retracing a route they hadn't completed. On the final night, a bell rang from the trench, not a ship bell, not thunder, a toll from below, slow, deliberate, echoing through the wood, resonating in bones. All clocks aboard stopped at that instant, not frozen, absent, their faces blank. The ship's cook screamed that he remembered a future that no longer existed. The captain, pale, whispered a command: "We are no longer welcome." Upon return, Den van den de Marmer was sealed in dry dock and never sailed again. The trench's coordinates were lost when the maps decayed to pulp in a locked drawer. Today, that stretch of sea is navigable, but remains avoided by fishing vessels, and even satellites refuse to scan directly. Any attempt returns shadows, not of trenches, but spires. The seafloor, they say, is flat, but the shadows are not. In 1770, a British Crown-chartered expedition, aboard HMS Proximity, departed from the Falkland Islands, with a mission to test an experimental series of depth reels along the southern edge of the South Atlantic. Naval archives mark the voyage as a success, with the official route skimming past the Bouvet Triple Junction, but the ship never followed its intended path. Instead, it drifted into a region long avoided by whalers and fishermen, a region referred to in seaborne folklore as the Hollow Tuning Fork. Unmarked, its deepest segment sat wedged between 2 known trench walls, far too narrow to explain the acoustic anomalies it projected. The event began on the third night. The ship's log described a faint, rhythmic tapping against the hull, too regular for currents, too soft for impact. It arrived every 11 seconds. The navigator assumed it was an echo from their own motion, until the wind died entirely and the sea fell still. Yet the tapping persisted. It continued for 9 hours, unbroken, unchanging, reverberating through the deck like the tick of a cosmic pendulum. Above, stars shimmered normally, save one cluster that flickered at random, as if reflected off a surface that no longer existed. Below, sonar pings returned a vertical shaft of silence, thousands of meters wide, but with no measurable bottom. The men called it the well. The deeper they looked, the less they understood. Lines of phosphorescent algae spiraled outward from the ship's wake, arranged in near mathematical ratios. One deckhand described them as chords written in green. A lead line dropped to 9,000 meters, never struck bottom, but returned dry. The rope fibers had stiffened, and when unraveled, their interior threads were brittle and colorless, like they'd been emptied of memory. The ship's cat refused to eat. When it vanished, the crew found its prints, charcoal black, pressed against the galley walls, halfway to the ceiling. The following day, speech itself grew strange. Orders were repeated backward. Jokes collapsed mid-sentence. At dinner, a spoon clattered to the floor in a room where no one moved. When retrieved, it was cold, very cold, too cold to touch. The metal had turned dull as bone. That night, a vibration rose, not through air, not through water, but directly through the mass of the ship. Every timber groaned. The hull flexed gently, as if inhaling. And through it all, the tapping continued, now within their own bones. The medic reported synchronized arrhythmia. One sailor, shaking, claimed he no longer felt his own heartbeat, but another's, deeper, slower, rising from the trench below. When HMS Proximity turned to flee, the vibration ceased. No chase, no retaliation, just the absence of sound. The tapping never resumed. But on the journey home, every one of the ship's hourglasses emptied faster than expected. Sand ran dry. The medic estimated each crewman had aged a little wrong. To this day, no acoustic scan has reproduced the 11-second pulse. Researchers call it the anacoustic window. Nothing bounces back. It's not just quiet, it's void. A listening chamber below the Atlantic floor. A breath held, a question paused. In the humid spring of 1771, a merchant ship flying neutral Dutch colours, De Leed Zelf, the emptiness itself, crossed the Andaman Sea on a routine spice run. Unbeknownst to its crew, they glided over the northern arc of the Sunda Trench. The skies were clear, yet the water moved with a sluggishness too strange to ignore. It wasn't heavy, it was distant, as if it had forgotten how to behave like sea. Their first sign of deviation came from the stars. For 3 nights in a row, the constellation of Orion refused to appear. Every other formation twinkled where expected, but that one quadrant of sky remained empty, a hole punched through starlight. Then came the voices, soft, dispersed, whispered from no direction, and yet heard on all sides. The crew blamed the cook's grog, but when sober, they still heard them, sibilant tones murmuring names, none of them recognized. On the second morning, the ship's ropes untied themselves. No wind, no sabotage, just sudden slack. Dozens of knots, professionally set, collapsed in silence. The captain wept openly and ordered the sails furled, but even rolled up, they fluttered, twisting ever so slightly to point east, toward the trench's center. Sound began acting differently. A dropped coin rang for too long. Hammer blows echoed twice. One sailor swore he could hear the future. Footsteps before they landed. Laughter before jokes were told. The carpenter developed a rash in the shape of a map, curving ink-black lines along his ribs, that traced an unrecognizable coastline. The medic inks them onto a sheet of vellum. When compared to bathymetric projections 2 centuries later, they aligned with the contours of the trench. On the third night, a mist rose vertically, not from sea or sky, but from the mouths of sleeping men. The crew awoke choking, each tasting salt and copper. The youngest hand, not yet 14, began to hum a melody no one recognized, in a key that caused nosebleeds among the elderly. The tune stopped only when he was slapped, which caused every lantern to go out in unison. At sunrise the sea shimmered silver, a mirror with no reflection. When peered into, it revealed the ship above, as it might have looked had it aged 100 years. The sails were rotted, the crew skeletal, the wood warped and sunken. One man jumped overboard trying to escape it. His splash never echoed. He didn't resurface. De Leed Zelf turned back. No log was kept of what they saw, but an anonymous report appeared later that year, in an Amsterdam archive, unsigned, water-stained, unbound. Its only title, When Silence Pushes Back. The trench is still active. Seismically, yes, but in tone, deeper, more resonant. Something there responds not to sound, but to the intention of sound. To this day, if you shout into the center of the Sunda Trench's northern fork, no echo returns. But if you whisper, sometimes, it finishes your sentence. Later in 1772, a Swedish exploratory sloop, Återklang, set its course south of the Tasman Sea, passing near the Kermadec Trench. Official records show it was deployed for cartographic purposes, but a surviving personal diary suggests otherwise. Captain Ellis Gunnarsson made cryptic references to the resonance chamber, hinting that his true goal was not mapping coastlines, but recording an ancient pulse he believed to echo from the very mantle. His crew, mostly conscripts and botanists, knew little of this deeper intent. The voyage passed quietly at first, but by the 6th day, the sea began to stutter. Not visibly, there were no waves, but beneath their hull, a strange cadence emerged. Vibrations arrived through the mast, as if the wood itself had become an antenna. When standing still, the men could feel it, a heartbeat not their own, slow, purposeful, and distant, like a cathedral bell tolling inside a tomb sealed by pressure. Birds flew overhead, but never landed. Their shadows passed below the ship, not above. Water collected in small buckets, resisted movement, trembling only when no one watched it. When a mirror was lowered over the side, it returned warped, not bent, not broken. The reflection stared upward, blinking. Captain Gunnarsson ordered the sails stilled and instructed silence. Total silence, not even whispers. The men complied, sensing some unspeakable etiquette. It was then the sound changed, no longer vibration, but humming. Beneath them, the trench hummed, not with melody, but architecture. A frequency shaped like a spiral, descending pitch by pitch, pulling the air downward. The botanist recorded pollen behaving oddly. It collected in straight lines along the rail, forming patterns consistent with written script, though no known alphabet matched. One line repeated itself. Ruth, Ruth. The wave carved thrice. Just before the ship resumed course, a fog formed in the middle of the sea, a single column, vertical and still. They circled it for half an hour, unable to identify its substance. It didn't move. It didn't waver. When it vanished, the humming stopped. Captain Gunnarsson returned home and burned every chart. His final log entry reads, "The sea is a vault. Some echoes are kept, because they must not be heard." Auterklang was sold and renamed, but in Stockholm's archives, a single item survives. A strip of birch bark from the ship's railing, etched naturally, seemingly by salt and wind, bearing one clear shape, an inward-turning ear. That trench still hums today. Microphones lowered to its depths record, no fish, no movement, no life, only a slow pulse, 27 Hz, identical in rhythm to the fetal heartbeat of a blue whale, and deeper still, silence, not the kind we hear, but the kind that listens. In the sweltering summer of 1773, a Portuguese merchant carrack, named Estrela do Inverno, Winter Star, sailed from Mozambique toward Goa, trailing the southern contour of the Chagos archipelago. Unbeknownst to the crew, the vessel's trajectory veered just enough to pass directly over what we now refer to as the Chagos Hollow, a trench formation so smooth, so acoustically silent, that even seismic waves vanish inside it, without refracting. At the time, no such name existed. To those aboard, it would become known only as the Pause. For the first few days, the voyage was uneventful, but as they entered the hollow's perimeter, the wind began to stammer. Not slow, not violent, just hesitant. It would rise, then halt, and rise again. Each gust repeated its own pattern. Sails began snapping in duplicate beats, ropes jostling in rhythms too precise to be random. The crew, perplexed, tried adjusting course, but the compass wobbled, never spinning fully, just gently swaying east to west, as if caught in breath. That evening, music emerged, not from instruments, not from crew. It rose from the deck planks and echoed through the masts, soft, harmonic, and painfully slow. The ship itself was humming, with no apparent source. The cook said it sounded like glass being bowed. One sailor began to bleed from his nose in a slow, pulsing rhythm, perfectly timed to the ship's new breath. When asked what he'd felt, he whispered, "I think we've stepped onto a score." During the next night's watch, a pale beam of light descended from above, not moonlight, but a silvery shaft that did not bend with the ocean's curve. It struck the trench's epicenter, and remained perfectly still. The bosun lowered a weight into the water beneath it. It returned glowing, not luminescent, not wet, but gently shimmering, like moonlight was now trapped within the metal itself. Navigation grew impossible. Maps seemed subtly incorrect. Landmasses shifted a few degrees, and islands moved slightly closer together. None of it made sense. More alarming, the captain's journal began writing itself, not with words, but indentations. Small waves pressed into the parchment from beneath. It formed a spiral across 3 pages, a shape known today as the logarithmic coil, but at the time it defied comprehension. The next morning, they awoke to find the anchor raised. No one had touched it. It hung above the water, perfectly still, but vibrating at a frequency that no one could hear, only feel in their jawbone. When a sailor tried to lower it again, the rope unraveled backwards. Before fleeing, the crew spotted one final phenomenon. Far below, a circular formation shimmered on the ocean floor, a ring of evenly spaced black shapes, like monoliths submerged in reverence. They did not move, they did not glow, but they watched. Estrella do Inverno returned to port weeks late, its captain refusing to speak a word. He would spend the next decade painting concentric circles over and over, until he lost his sight. To this day, the Chagos Hollow emits no echo, no tremor, no heat. It is not merely still, it is paused. Some geologists call it a null zone, but those who know better call it what it is, a rest, in a song not yet complete. In the spring of 1774, a French privateer named La Lanterne Noire ventured far beyond its standard patrol range, chasing rumors of a Dutch galleon that had sunk carrying gold bullion near the depths southeast of Madagascar. This unintended trajectory led the crew directly over a seafloor depression, now believed to be the northern lip of the Rodrigues Trench, a formation too narrow to classify officially, yet unfathomably deep in certain acoustic samplings. There, something ancient stirred, not with force or light, but with architecture. Beneath the hull, the sea floor was not jagged or random. It was gridded. The first to notice it was the ship's surgeon. Peering through a glass-bottom viewing tube, he saw strange alignments, parallel scars in the bedrock, unnaturally uniform, etched at regular intervals that resembled cobbled pathways. When light struck them, they shimmered like bones soaked in ink. He sketched them feverishly, labeling the area Rasuer en Bar, the bonework beneath. Soon after, sound changed, not above deck, but within it. Steps landed without resonance. Gunpowder failed to crackle when tested. The wind itself arrived muted, as if moving through cloth. The helmsman described an unbearable pressure, not on his chest, but on memory. He couldn't recall the names of his children, though he recited them every morning of the voyage. By the second day, over half the crew had reported missing memories, not forgotten, but misplaced, as if filed incorrectly in the mind's cabinet. At dusk, a shape moved below, a pale line, wide and straight, tracing a path parallel to the ship. It did not undulate or veer, it simply followed, remaining 20 meters beneath the keel. Even in clear water, it could not be identified. Nets dropped into the sea, returned torn, not slashed, but unraveled, as if every knot had been teased apart by thousands of precise fingers. On the third night, an object floated to the surface, a vertebra the size of a man's head, perfectly intact, white as chalk, with unnatural smoothness. It was too large for any known whale, too symmetrical to be driftwood. The moment it was lifted aboard, a sailor collapsed, seizing violently. He awoke whispering a phrase in Latin. None of them knew he could speak. Cave ossaque respirant. Beware the bones that breathe. When they tried to toss the bone back into the sea, it refused to sink. It hovered beneath the surface, spinning gently, as if balanced on breath. The ship's compass froze. The hull creaked inward, as though reacting to invisible weight. The captain, afraid of mutiny, ordered immediate withdrawal. As they sailed away, the vertebra finally sank on its own, vanishing into the trench without a ripple. Modern scans of the Rodrigues zone return no regular formations, but in 1994, sonar anomaly, a perfect ring of elliptical ridges was recorded. each ridge matching the shape of an articulated spinal segment, repeating at measured intervals. Some believe the trench is not a wound, but a rib cage, and that what sleeps within does not swim, but waits to remember its name. In late 1775, a Danish scientific vessel, named Verdenschabbens Morgen, Morning of Science, was dispatched by the Royal Copenhagen Academy to investigate deep-sea mineral deposits in the central Indian Ocean. Officially, the mission focused on collecting core samples near the Sunda fracture zone, but leaked correspondences from the voyage hint at a hidden motive: the retrieval of skeletal anomalies reported by Portuguese navigators a year prior. The ship's instruments were advanced for the era: water thermographs, lead-line plumbs tipped with tar, and a crude hydrophone crafted from bladders and copper tubing. They were not prepared for what lay beneath. On the fifth day at sea, the trench below began to vibrate, not physically, but aurally. The listening tubes picked up what the lead researcher described as the clatter of bones on marble, repeated every 9 seconds. The sound was too rhythmic, too resonant to be natural. It had overtones, harmonics, even pauses, like language in skeletal form. The vibrations intensified at night. Tables jittered, plates hummed. One sailor claimed his teeth ached to the beat. Another awoke with bruises down his spine, perfect circles, evenly spaced, as if something had attempted to press through his flesh without breaking skin. These marks faded by morning, but left behind a constant chill that no fire could warm. The vessel's anchor chain trembled, as if straining against something unseen. When reeled in, its lower links were polished smooth, scrubbed of rust, gleaming unnaturally bright. At sunrise, white flakes drifted onto the deck. They weren't snow, nor ash. When dissolved in water, they emitted a slight electrical charge. A sample taken back to Copenhagen was lost in a lab fire, an incident never explained in official reports. One of the ship's scientists began hearing knocking, 12 taps, always in multiples of 4, always from beneath the floorboards. When the boards were removed, nothing lay below but salt water, yet the sound continued. Another crew member traced the knocking and discovered a pattern mapped out on parchment. The rhythm formed the contours of a jawbone. They lowered a probe to the trench's floor. It returned with calcium filaments wound tightly around it, like hair made of bone. Every man who touched it suffered vivid hallucinations, visions of immense ribbed corridors lit from within, where shapes swam not in water, but through the marrow of the earth itself. One sailor scratched his eyes out trying to escape what he called the vertebral cathedral. The captain ended the expedition early. Upon returning, he sealed all notes, ordered the hydrophones dismantled, and had the probe thrown into a fjord. Before his death, he whispered one final phrase: "It was not a place, it was a skeleton, and we were inside it." To this day, satellite images of the Sunda fracture zone reveal occasional ridges shaped like vertebrae, too symmetrical, too spaced. Officially, they are dismissed as pareidolia, but divers who go near the area report muffled hearing, aching jaws, and an uncanny urge to whisper, as if the bones below are not merely ancient, but listening for descendants. By early 1776, a Spanish naval research brigantine named Santa Lyra was rerouted through the lower Philippine basin due to political tensions in the Pacific. On this unintended detour, the ship stumbled across a feature now lost to modern mapping, a precipitous drop in the seafloor that exhibited neither volcanic ridges nor tectonic folds, but instead a spiral descent. Dubbed La Escalera del Silencio, the staircase of silence, this trench dropped in precisely measured increments, 300 meters per step, 9 steps in total, forming a spiral too consistent to be natural. The crew first noticed it when their depth plumb hit a flat shelf at 3,000 meters, then again at 3,300, then 3,600. Each plateau returned sediment, but also bone, not whale, not shark. Bone with shapes more geometric than organic, ellipses, hexagonal joints, and hollow tubes that rang when struck. The sound echoed upwards, not outwards. When the surgeon examined one specimen, he declared it not constructed by blood, and sealed it in lead. The trench seemed to react to descent. The deeper they explored, the slower time passed. Watches ran long, conversations felt staggered. One deckhand claimed he spoke a full sentence and didn't hear the words exit his mouth for another breath. The ship's dog began barking at the railing at midnight every night, as if awaiting something. When a crew member went overboard, the dog stopped barking permanently. Below 5,000 meters, the ocean grew too clear. Fish could be seen far beneath the surface, species with no eyes, no tails, but translucent bone structures that shimmered like glass. They moved in concentric circles, never rising, never scattering, just rotating. The sailors grew sick watching them, not from nausea, but from recognition. On the final day of their descent, the wind stilled, and the sea flattened to mirror sheen. Reflected on its surface was not their own ship, but another, an exact replica, aged and encrusted with barnacles, sails torn, moving in perfect silence. No one spoke. The Reflection's crew was not visible, but shapes moved below deck, flickering like firelight behind frosted glass. The captain ordered an immediate ascent. As they pulled away, the trench shimmered, not visually, but audibly. A deep hum rose, not musical, but dental. The kind of vibration one feels in teeth, in bone, in breath. The staircase of silence was left uncharted. Upon return, the captain burned all logs and claimed illness. Today, no bathymetric map reveals such a spiral, but one satellite image from 2002 shows a faint helix shadow in the basin. It's since been redacted. The ocean never offers confirmation, only repetition. In the chill of early 1777, a Russian naval vessel named Voзвrashenie, the Return crossed into the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench, one of the Pacific's most aggressive subduction zones. Their presence there was not scientific. It was penance. The crew were all prisoners, officers who had dishonored the empire. The voyage was their sentence, a passage through waters known to warp man's mind, more than break his body. The trench greeted them with quiet. Not the absence of sound, but the refusal of it. Boots didn't echo on deck. Voices vanished mid-utterance. Even the sails seemed to flap without whispering. The sea stretched like molten lead, thick with something unseen. Their lead plumb never returned. Dropped to measure depth. It vanished into the abyss without resistance. The backup followed, then the anchor, then a chain. All were consumed. One officer muttered, "It is not deep, it is patient." On the third day, a mist appeared, not above water, but beneath it. Pale and roiling, it looked like inverted clouds drifting along the trench floor. Through this fog, massive structures loomed, arches, spires, ribs of stone or bone, impossible to scale. They seemed to be walking, not drifting, their shadows too consistent for natural formations. They called them Kosti moja zemlya, bones of my land. Worse still were the dreams. Every man aboard reported the same vision, descending through black spirals, past gates of ivory and coal, into a city beneath the crust, where time blinked out like a dying star. There a pulse sounded, not from a heart, but from a bell too vast to strike, heard only through bone. One man carved it into wood, a great ring of spines, encircling a core of silence. The ship's timber began to bow inward. Its nails rattled not with movement, but from pressure, external, internal, mnemonic. Sailors forgot their names. Others forgot their crimes. One man died smiling, with eyes completely black. They turned back. Upon return, only 5 of 32 remained. The rest were gone, not overboard, not in logs, simply vanished. The surviving captain's last words in a St. Petersburg asylum were, "We did not discover a trench. We entered the skeleton of memory, and it remembers differently than we do." Modern sonar reveals no anomalies in that exact sector, but those who dive along the trench's western wall report constant migraines, blood in the ears, and one repeated phrase whispered in the comms, though not spoken by the divers: "You've been here before." In the first weeks of 1800, an American schooner named Franklin's Lure departed from Charleston, under ambiguous orders, from a newly formed scientific society interested in deep water phenomena. Though its manifest merely listed fishing equipment, and standard cartographic tools. Their planned route was harmless, but shifting winds pushed the ship far off course and deep into the Puerto Rico Trench, the deepest part of the Atlantic. There, beneath familiar stars, the sea began whispering back. The crew first noticed the silence, so complete it erased even the slap of water on hull. Then came the sound, a tonal sequence, not wind nor wail, but a 5-note melody, played too slowly to feel like music. It arrived through the keel, the rope, the very bones of the ship. Each note lingered longer than the last. Not echo, not resonance. Invitation. Ropes coiled themselves without reason. The bosun's pipe, though untouched, released notes of its own, weak, low, unsure. When he tried to blow it, no sound emerged. Not even breath. The air remained, but presence felt removed, as though each man aboard had been placed 1 inch outside his own soul. When the captain dropped a line to measure depth, it descended for over 10 minutes. At the final mark, the line did not snap, it dissolved. The crew retrieved nothing but the bitter tang of copper, and a cold that turned skin numb instantly. Every man who touched the dampened spool vomited without explanation. Then the voices began, always at the same time, 3:33 a.m., without fail, spoken in reverse. Not backwards language, backwards presence, as if memory itself had begun to leak in the wrong direction. A young midshipman began reciting lines from a sermon he had never heard. When asked where he'd learned them, he answered, from the deep between breaths. His voice no longer matched his body, aged, tired, trembling. That night, the ship halted, dead still, sails full, rudder responsive, yet motionless. Below, the sea shimmered with impossible patterns, concentric ellipses spreading outward, never crossing. The stars above blinked in time with those ripples, suggesting a synchronization not of surface, but of dimension. The cook found his knives bent, curved inward, as if softened and drawn by gravity, into a deeper space. Every nail pulled slightly to port. Watches stopped at 3:33, and refused to resume until sunrise. In desperation, the crew sang shanties, hymns, screams. It stopped the hum for 1 night. The next night, the melody changed. A 6th note arrived, one too low for the human ear to detect, but felt clearly by those still awake. Blood rushed from their noses in unison. They did not scream, they bowed. Franklin's lure returned weeks later, burned in patches, sails torn from within, and with a single phrase etched into its prow, not carved, but grown through the wood grain itself. The abyss does not call, it waits to be heard. Modern hydroacoustics still detect odd pulses in that sector, not natural, not seismic, a tonal phrase on repeat. 5 notes, sometimes 6, no source, no end, only listening. In the summer of 1801, a British East India Company vessel named HMS Caligo strayed west of its prescribed route, while en route to Jamaica, allegedly to avoid a pirate-infested corridor. In doing so, the ship drifted toward the Lesser Antilles, and directly above an obscure declivity near the eastern edge of the Puerto Rico Trench. Aboard was an Irish botanist, Dr. Welland Carr, who had joined the voyage to collect samples of maritime fungi, believed to bloom on hulls exposed to unique equatorial pressures. Instead, he documented something far stranger. Shortly after the ship entered the trench's shadow zone, the sails began to hum, low, breathy tones that bent toward minor chords. The rigging followed, strumming like harp strings plucked by unseen fingers. The captain accused crew members of playing tricks, until he heard it himself, a harmony forming from within the wood, a choir where no voice sang. The ship's night lamps dimmed without cause, despite full oil. Their glow bent downward, not fading, but sinking into the deck like gravity had shifted. Carr observed that shadows no longer followed their casters. They slid sideways, or in loops, responding to something below rather than above. He wrote in his journal, "We are not casting shadows. We are being observed from beneath." The depth lines returned distorted. Plumb weights curved in descent, sketching spirals in their path, then retracted with filaments of glowing silt clinging to them, fine as mist, but charged with static. When touched, It made the fingertips of sailors twitch involuntarily. One man fell unconscious. Upon waking, he screamed the same phrase for hours. "Stop humming, it's remembering me." On the third night, the sea itself flattened, not calm, but exact, like glass forged by breath. On this surface appeared rings, perfect acoustic circles, pulsing out from a center none could see. Then the sound returned, a melody formed of 6 tones, spaced unevenly. The ship's chronometer reset to 0, and never ticked again. Birds above stopped flying, and hovered for several seconds before darting inland, visibly disoriented. Dr. Carr conducted a final experiment. He sang into the sea, a simple nursery rhyme from his childhood. The melody returned an hour later, perfectly replicated, but slower, deeper, as if repeated by something learning through water. He collapsed, bleeding from the ears. His last recorded words were, "It's not echo, it's repetition, with intent." After their escape from the trench zone, HMS Caligo was quarantined due to fears of madness. None aboard could hum again. Something in their brains resisted melody. Carr's journal was sent to London, but never published. Today the coordinates he recorded remain off-limits to submersible drones, which lose power or return warped acoustic logs, containing 6 low tones in the same irregular sequence. The trench beneath is now known to silence even whales. No calls pass through it, not because sound is swallowed, but because something down there is already listening and replaying. In 1802, the Dutch merchant vessel Vrouw Celestina sailed southward along the Leeward Islands, aiming to avoid British patrols during a surge of Napoleonic tension. The ship's logs suggest they drifted unusually far west of their intended course, nudged, as the navigator wrote, by currents that did not exist. They eventually hovered above the deepest known segment of the Puerto Rico Trench. But they did not know that. They only knew the sea had changed. Sound behaved wrongly. The tolling of the ship's bell echoed downward rather than outward. When a sailor sneezed, it echoed through the hull, as if 100 lungs responded in sequence. The crew grew uneasy. Whispers carried farther than shouts. Footsteps clicked like drum beats. And then the sea began mimicking them. Every shout, every murmur, every scrape against the rail returned, seconds later, altered, not echoes. Reflections distorted slightly, as though the trench below were learning to speak in their voices. A bosun's cough was followed moments later by the same cough, but wet and slow. A prayer recited before sleep returned with missing words, spoken from no throat. The captain ordered silence. One morning, the sea exhaled. It wasn't wind, it wasn't mist. A heavy, low vibration trembled across the deck, rolling through the hull like a sigh escaping a mouth miles wide. No one dared speak. Fish surfaced, dead-eyed, spinning in slow circles, before vanishing again. Then the melodies began, not sung, played. Ropes began to thrum with pressure, each one vibrating at a frequency that matched no known key. When touched, the vibration ceased, only to resume when left alone. The ship's cook, a former violinist, claimed the vibrations formed a mode he had never heard, a scale with no center, spiraling outward, endlessly. He stopped eating. He began sketching impossible sheet music onto the walls of the galley. Late that night, a faint blue light shimmered beneath the waves. Not a glow, but a script. Arcing lines formed strange sigils just beneath the surface, as though some language was being written in pressure and temperature alone. It remained for less than a minute. When it vanished, so too did the melody. The crew sailed eastward, in haste. But weeks later, docked in Suriname, locals noticed an eerie phenomenon. The wood of Vrouw Celestina's hull occasionally vibrated, lightly, musically, as though some memory of sound still lingered within its planks. When placed near a violin, the ship's mast produced faint, ghostly harmonies. The ship was eventually dismantled. The wood was reused to build a church in Paramaribo. That church burned in 1876. Witnesses say the fire began in silence. Not even the flames cracked. Wasn't, but nearby priests claimed they heard a strange song as the steeple fell, played backwards, on invisible strings. Whatever lives in the trench does not speak in words. It waits for notes, and when it hears them, it responds, out of order, out of time, but never out of tune. By the winter of 1803, whispers among Caribbean navigators told of a so-called silent stretch near the Puerto Rico Trench, where compasses stammered, gulls refused to fly, and speaking above a whisper caused the sea to shiver. These tales reached the ears of Dr. Isaac Percival, a sound theorist exiled from Oxford, for suggesting that pressure itself could transmit memory. He secured passage on a merchant vessel, the Bellemere, under the guise of cataloguing storm patterns. In truth, he sought what he called the abyss that remembers melody. They entered the sector at twilight. Immediately time faltered. Logs reveal hours passed without solar change. The moon refused to reflect in the water. When the crew lowered an anchor, it did not descend. It drifted sideways, dragging the ship slowly in a circular pattern. The captain described the sea as restless yet rehearsed, as though the waves were following forgotten choreography. Percival deployed his crude phonographic coil, an experimental wax drum meant to record subaquatic vibrations. When played back, the wax did not produce noise, but sensation. Every man who listened reported memories that weren't theirs. One felt the sorrow of a whale dying in a net, another recalled drowning in armor, another dreamt of singing in a language made entirely of vowels. None spoke of it aloud. At 2:13 a.m., the entire ship heard a tone, one note, sustained, as if the trench had struck a tuning fork in the bones of the planet. It shook the masts, but did not move the water. It passed through lungs, vibrating ribs, making several crew cough blood. Percival fell to his knees, laughing and crying. He recorded a final message. It is not noise, it is recollection. The trench is not empty, it is archivist. It stores the lost songs of extinct species, of dead languages, of mourning planets. It vibrates only when it hears a tone close to something it once contained. We are not the first to sing above it. We will not be the last. On the fourth day, the sea responded. A new melody rose, not from air, but through the ship's hull, a slow composition of 6 tones, too low to hear but felt in joints, gums and teeth. The crew began to speak in harmony, even when terrified. Their voices matched pitch unconsciously. One man, an atheist, recited a hymn he never learned. A deckhand swore the stars above had rearranged themselves to match the notes below. Navigation was abandoned. When the Bellemere fled, the melody ceased. But weeks later in port, every sound aboard ship, footfalls, door creaks, even yawns, rang in the same 6-tone scale. No matter the source, the world echoed the trench's memory. It faded after a month, but for a time every man aboard was haunted, not by silence, but by harmony. Modern submersibles report erratic sonar returns in that area. Devices freeze when exposed to external acoustic input, especially songs. Instruments revert to factory settings, and in one documented case, a submarine speaker emitted a child's lullaby, never recorded, never programmed, but perfectly audible. The trench does not speak, it resonates, with our pasts, with our echoes, and sometimes with what we haven't sung yet. In early 1804, a Portuguese survey vessel, named Alma das Marés, charted a lesser-known depression northeast of the Solomon Islands. An unrecorded cleft, later whispered about in maritime logs, as the Lantern Pit. The mission was routine to collect benthic silt and pressure data for proposed colonial shipping lanes. But upon arriving at the anomaly, a sunken corridor descending past 9,000 meters, they found that fire no longer behaved the same. Lanterns refused to stay lit for longer than a minute. Even enclosed, the flames dwindled to a dull ember, burning sideways or not at all. The first mate noted the oil didn't seem to deplete, as though time within the flame had slowed or frozen. Matches struck would hiss, but not ignite. Below deck, the cook's stove spat blue sparks, then went cold. Light, it seemed, had been denied permission. The sea around them shimmered, not with phosphorescence, but with a faint flickering, like distant candles. These floating lights, small and countless, hovered just beneath the surface. They didn't drift, They didn't rise. They simply watched. One sailor called them os olhos que escutam, the eyes that listen. When the crew tried to approach them, the lights submerged in silence, dissolving into nothing. On the third night, the dreams began. Every crew member saw lanterns, hundreds of them suspended in a black cavern, illuminating no walls, no water, no air, just themselves, hanging in a place where light should have been impossible. In these dreams, the lanterns moved not randomly, but in response, flickering when someone turned their head, glowing brighter when a thought passed through fear. The lead scientist, Dr. Alvaro Mendez, theorized the pit disrupted combustion, not through vacuum, but by mimicking the preconditions of thought. The trench, he wrote, is not dead space. It is contemplative. It resists light, not out of malice, but because it does not dream in photons, it dreams in presence. He tried to test this by projecting his thoughts during meditation above the pit. That night, a single floating light appeared on deck. It didn't touch him, it didn't move, but the flame inside it burned in the shape of his face. By the fifth day, the crew began reporting breathlessness, not from exertion, but from stillness. Even asleep, they awoke gasping, lungs aching as if something had forgotten to breathe for them. The sea itself seemed to inhale once every few hours, rising slightly, then flattening with a sigh. A natural wave pattern, perhaps, or something remembering what it was like to be a surface. The voyage was cut short, after 3 crewmen vanished, leaving only their boots behind. Each pair was found filled with seawater, warm to the touch. The ship departed without ceremony. Modern bathymetric scans of that region return inconsistencies, but deep ROVs occasionally record faint orbs flickering in geometric patterns, never the same twice, but always in sequences divisible by 7. They call them the breathless lanterns, and some believe they are not lights at all. Preserved thoughts, trapped, drifting, dreaming of fire. In late 1804, the British naturalist Lyle Harrow took passage on a whaling vessel, King's Dagger, specifically to reach the trench later designated as the New Hebrides Deep. It had no name then, only a depth and an anomaly. Rumours swirled among sailors, lights below the surface that vanished when approached, and air that tasted of burnt paper, even far from smoke. Harrow dismissed such talk until the ship entered the sector. There, the crew witnessed stars disappear from the sky, not all at once, but methodically, as if snuffed from below. At first the ship's barometer spun uselessly. The pressure at sea level fluctuated, without reason, increasing sharply in pulses that lasted seconds. Then came the whispers, unintelligible murmurs that originated, not in ears, but in bone. Men rubbed their shoulders, teeth, and spines, trying to shake off vibrations they couldn't locate. Harrow, ever the empiricist, recorded his own heartbeat sinking with the tremors. Below, lights emerged, bluish pinpricks, hovering in triangular formations. They didn't sway with current. Instead, they pulsed, first together, then individually, then together again. Harrow noted the exact timing, later comparing it to known lantern signaling codes used by naval fleets. The patterns matched none, but they were consistent. 2 sailors jumped overboard within hours of one another, both claiming they saw their dead mothers' faces in the lights. Neither resurfaced. When the lifeboat was lowered, it returned empty, though its oars were wet and warm. Harrow constructed a cone of mirrors and copper mesh, his mind funnel, to observe the lights from different angles. The images it captured were impossible. The lights had shadows, but those shadows rose toward the surface, as if the orbs were not illuminating the sea, but stealing its light. The captain called for retreat. Harrow resisted. That night, a storm erupted directly above the pit. No clouds, no wind, just vertical rain that steamed when it struck the deck. The lanterns below blinked off, and the trench exhaled. Dozens of fish floated to the surface, bloated and blind, their eyes turned inward. Harrow collapsed mid-observation, blood leaking from his ears. Before dying, he muttered something his assistant never forgot. "It isn't light, it's memory condensed to mimic flame. The trench has never been mapped fully." But in the darkest sonar scans, some have noted concentric arcs, like the halos of lanterns drawn from beneath. Others believe those arcs aren't geological at all. They're the edges of eyes that never close. In 1806, a French prison ship, Baiser du Jugement, was assigned to transport political prisoners from Reunion to Tahiti, a route deemed too obscure for escape or notice. The vessel, damaged from past skirmishes, took a more southerly path to avoid piracy and unintentionally entered the Tofra Trench, then unknown. What followed was recorded only in the journal of the ship's doctor, a man named Vaillant, who documented every moment with increasing urgency. It began with breathing, or more precisely, the sudden realization that the air tasted wrong, like salted brass and scorched ink. Prisoners reported dizziness, even when on open deck. One man shouted that the clouds above were exhaling backwards. Within hours, the lamps began flickering violently. Their flames grew cold, still burning, but no longer producing heat. Touching the flame no longer stung. Below the ship, lights gathered, tiny ones at first, then larger, glowing pods that swam like jellyfish, but with no discernible anatomy. They hovered in stillness, waiting. One prisoner pointed overboard and screamed, claiming to see his own face smiling from the light. When dragged away, he bit through his own tongue and bled to death silently. The doctor attempted to study the phenomenon. He lowered a lantern in a waterproof glass enclosure. As it descended, it flickered in response to the trench's glowing pods. The lower it dropped, the less it behaved like a light, and the more it pulsed like a heartbeat. When retrieved, the flame had vanished, but the bulb remained warm to the touch. Inside was a black spiral of soot, with no known ignition source. That night, a haze crept over the ship. Men who fell asleep woke gasping, claiming they had dreamed of being inside lanterns, watching the surface from below, unable to scream. One prisoner claimed the trench was the place where breath forgets to return. He wasn't wrong. 3 days later, the crew noticed their lungs couldn't fully expand. Even when breathing deeply, they only felt half-filled, like something below them had begun inhaling. No waves rocked the ship, no current passed beneath, and yet the sea felt alive, rhythmic, thoughtful, waiting. When they tried to flee, the rudder resisted, wood splintered, the sails tore from within. Only when they destroyed the remaining lanterns did the ship lurch forward. The trench below dimmed, no light followed. Vaillant's final entry reads, "There was no combustion here, only preservation. The lights do not burn, they remember, and when they gather, they are preparing to breathe again." The Tofra Trench remains largely unexplored, but on rare occasions, passing ships report a glow rising from the depths, not from bioluminescence, but from something older, a slow rehearsed exhalation of light. By 1807, rumors of trenches that breathed and lights that remembered had reached as far as Shanghai. The Qing dynasty, curious yet cautious, commissioned a secretive expedition to investigate the Mariana Trench. The vessel, Xiaoxing Zi Ren, the person who sees stars, set sail with a mixed crew of scientists, sailors, and scribes. Their observations were never published. Only a bamboo-bound manuscript remains, written in ancient calligraphy, now sealed in a museum vault. The crew described reaching a region of perfect darkness, not night, absence. Stars vanished above, reflections died, shadows ceased to exist. Lanterns, even with fresh oil, hissed but would not light. One scribe noted, "We have arrived where light forgets itself." Below them, orbs began to rise, white, slow, as if emerging not from the ocean, but from memory. They pulsed in unison with the crew's heartbeats. One by one, the men grew quieter, not out of fear, out of reverence. The lights flickered in patterns, matching the rhythm of poems written by one of the onboard monks. When the monk chanted aloud, the orbs grew closer, spiraling inward like petals folding toward a center. The crew became entranced. Then the exhalation began. The trench beneath didn't breathe once. It breathed continuously, in long, slow draws. Not air, but awareness. It was as if the ocean had awakened and needed light to remember how to see. One by one, the crew fell asleep, standing, sitting, praying. When they awoke, The ship had drifted 30 nautical miles without sail or current. No one remembered how. The orbs were gone, but etched onto the wooden deck in fine ash was a single phrase, repeated again and again: "Breathe where the lanterns do not burn." To this day, those waters are avoided, and some believe the Mariana Trench was once lit, briefly, by a breath taken not by nature, but by something deeper, something still awake. In the early spring of 1808, a Spanish exploration vessel, La Reina de la Bruma, ventured toward the Kermadec Trench northeast of New Zealand, seeking untouched mapping territory amid a race for imperial influence. On board was an experimental device, one of the earliest attempts at subaquatic reflection recording, a concave mirror housed in a brass casing, polished to perfection. Its purpose was simple: to capture the sea's lowest visible depths by amplifying refracted sunlight. But the mirror captured something else entirely. Upon descending toward the trench's edge, the crew noticed that reflections ceased behaving naturally. A man's face in the water no longer mirrored. His eyes were closed when open, his mouth grinned when still. The ship's polished fittings returned glimpses of motion not occurring on board. A rope coiled, then did not. A hat blew away, then reappeared. One sailor claimed his reflection blinked twice, while he did not blink at all. By nightfall, the mirror began weeping. Condensation pooled not on the outer casing, but inside the glass. When wiped away, it returned seconds later, even in dry weather. The droplets gathered always in the same shape, a vertical line, curved near the bottom, like a droplet dragged down by gravity that no longer flowed right. The crew believed it was the trench's air pressing inward, but the air was still. The sea, too, held its breath. The navigator observed that the stars above twisted when viewed through the reflection. They elongated vertically, as if attempting to stretch downward, and below, the ocean began returning things that had never been thrown. On the third day, the mirror, left unattended, reflected a woman. She was not aboard the vessel. She wore 15th century Portuguese garments, and blinked 3 times, slowly, as if acknowledging her watchers. Then the brass cracked, and the mirror fogged from within. The image vanished. One sailor swore he saw his mother walking across the surface of the trench, barefoot, glowing slightly, leaving no ripples. He leapt overboard. His scream returned minutes later, muffled and inverted, as if heard through a wall of bone. At sunrise, the crew discovered dozens of tiny droplets forming on all reflective surfaces. Even the cook's spoon gathered a teardrop when no mist was present. One officer, inspecting a porthole's reflection, saw himself age 30 years in an instant, and collapsed into unconsciousness. When he awoke, his hair had grayed. His pulse stuttered like an old clock. The captain ordered all mirrors broken, but one was kept, secretly, by the botanist Hernan Correa, who believed it contained not a reflection, but a passage. That night, he recorded seeing not his face, but a trench, a spiraling pit, lit by candles that moved with breath, not flame. He wept, and then he disappeared. The trench remains among the least photographed on Earth. Sonar distorts there, and cameras return images slightly warped, smiles too wide, eyes too centered, angles wrong in ways that unsettle the subconscious. Mirror testing has been banned entirely in surrounding zones. They say it is not a place where you see yourself, it is where you see what waits to replace you. In the frigid days of 1809, the Russian science ship Zorkaya ventured into the depths surrounding the Kermadec Trench, with one primary goal: to measure light refraction under high-pressure environments. But within days of entering the trench zone, every mirror aboard the vessel began fogging from the inside out, no matter the temperature. At first this was dismissed as moisture imbalance, until one crewman noticed something disturbing. The fog gathered first in the shape of eyes. Reflections, once accurate, grew slow. When a sailor waved at his reflection, it returned the wave 3 seconds late, as if watching, learning. One officer joked the sea had learned to mimic them. That night, his mirror showed him sleeping from above, then cracked itself, precisely across the center of his face. Cups with silver linings showed brief glimpses of unfamiliar skies. Helmets reflected hand movements never made. The brass compass spun erratically when viewed indirectly, but when observed directly, it stilled. It was as though the ship had passed into a field of distorted attention, where observation itself had become a two-way gate. The chief physicist, Anton Mirov, ran tests with light prisms. He reported that white light near the trench refracted not into a rainbow, but into inverted black bands, areas of null hue, a spectrum of shadow. He recorded, "It is as though the trench does not bend light, it questions it." Soon the fog inside mirrors began showing motion, not of the room, but of the trench below. Lanterns passed through silt that hadn't been disturbed. Footsteps appeared on coral that had never been walked. One mirror showed the ship from beneath, gliding slowly, unnaturally. No cameras had been placed there. Mirov declared the mirrors were no longer reflections, but memories of future events. Then the weeping began, a slow drip from each reflective surface, forming pools no deeper than a coin's width. But from these drops rose faint sounds, cries, lullabies, whispers in Old Church Slavonic. The crew fell into sleepless delirium. Dreams merged with waking thought. One man claimed he no longer had a reflection at all. When shown his face in water, he screamed and refused to explain what he'd seen. The ship turned back prematurely. As it crossed from trench to open sea, all fog vanished. Mirrors resumed normal function. But Mirov was never the same. His final entry, "The trench does not reflect. It waits. When it sees enough of you, it offers you back, wrong." Modern mapping of the Kermadec Trench often shows blurred zones, pixels smeared, as if the ocean floor itself cannot be rendered. A recent deep drone retrieved a broken mirror from the seafloor. Its surface was dry, and it wept. By 1810, strange happenings in the trenches had reached even the philosophical circles of Vienna. Professor Gerhard Lenz, a physicist turned psychologist, theorized that deep oceanic pressure created not just physical anomalies, but psychological ones, that somewhere in the crushing abyss, the mind and its mirror fractured. He joined a German-funded expedition aboard Das Sechste Auge, the sixth eye, headed straight for a chasmic extension near the Kermadec Ridge. Lenz brought with him an ornate obsidian mirror, meant to resist warping. As the vessel anchored above the trench, he reported no reflection, just darkness. No matter how brightly lit, the obsidian showed only moving mist. After 20 minutes, an image emerged, Lenz, standing behind himself. He smiled. His reflection did not. He repeated the test with other crew. Same outcome, reflections that failed to match their source. A sailor raised a hand, the mirror raised the other. Another man winked, but his image blinked both eyes. One screamed when the reflection opened its mouth and whispered his name. Below the ship, divers lowered a probe. Its camera returned nothing but static. But when re-watched later, shapes could be seen, faces pressed against the lens, mouths open, eyes wide, watching. The footage looped despite no command. It repeated 12 times, then erased itself. Lenz theorized that the trench below stored echoes of observation, a psychic resonance of every gaze, building a library of identities, to reflect back, imperfectly. That night, a storm rolled in, but the ocean remained flat. Raindrops rose from the sea, instead of falling into it, disappearing mid-air. Mirrors aboard began to leak, not water, but ink-black droplets that hissed when touched. Those who cleaned them developed fever dreams, tunnels of silver, filled with eyes staring inward. One man woke with a nosebleed, and no reflection. Lenz vanished after attempting a final experiment, placing the obsidian mirror on the seafloor via weighted descent. The rope returned coiled. The mirror did not. His cabin was found lined with mirrored shards, all pointing inward. His notes ended mid-sentence. The trench does not observe, it collects. We are not reflected, we are returned. To this day, no ship lingers long above that segment of the trench. Divers report feelings of being watched even in total darkness, and submarine hulls passing overhead often reflect themselves minutes after they've moved on, as though the sea isn't mimicking their passage, but remembering it. In the summer of 1811, a Chinese merchant vessel named Shu Jingzhu, named after the Mirror of Waters, vanished over the same trench where previous expeditions had noted mirrored phenomena. What little is known of its fate comes from a series of carved ivory panels found adrift, each etched with scenes that no artist claimed to have drawn. The panels showed mirrors, dozens of them, held by sailors who wept into their own reflections, while strange oceanic shapes loomed behind them. Some images revealed silhouettes suspended upside down beneath the sea, tethered to the hull by chains of light. Survivors, only two, were found days later drifting in a half-broken lifeboat. Their eyes were glazed, their faces sunburned but emotionless. They had shaved mirrors into their own heads, shiny patches of polished skin, reflecting nothing. One man muttered endlessly, "She came from below, not to be seen, but to see." From their fragmented reports, scholars later pieced together that during their journey above the trench, all reflections aboard began to distort slowly, not by error, but by design. Reflected shadows stretched downward unnaturally. One sailor watched his reflection step out of sync, then walk away entirely. One night, a glowing woman rose from the trench, silent, pale, transparent as water. She hovered above the sea, not dripping, not moving. Her body reflected stars that weren't in the sky. The crew watched her. She never moved, but each man later claimed she looked directly at them, individually, intimately, as though she'd studied them long before they arrived. When she vanished, the ship's mirrors went black, not dark, black, as if they now absorbed light entirely, and from them emerged words, not seen, but understood, in the hearts of each observer, words they could not recall upon waking. Then the trench sighed, and all light ceased. Lanterns imploded, glass cracked, reflections disappeared from water, metal, even eyes. The ship began to descend, not sink, descend, as though drawn downward by recognition. Of the 90 crew, only the 2 survivors lived to speak of it. Their words were incoherent, their thoughts fragmented, but their memories, flawless. They remembered the mirrored trench, and how it blinked. In the spring of 1812, the Dutch East India Company sent the vessel No Orderlicht, Northern Light, to chart a remote depression southwest of Java. Officially, the mission was hydrographic, but private logs hint at another purpose, confirming the fate of several vanished spice ships. These vessels had reported strange soundlessness in their final notes, entries scribbled with shaking hands that simply read, "The sea is too quiet." As the No Orderlicht neared what is now known as the Sunda Silence Rift, crew members began to notice something eerie. The wind stopped first, then the creaking of the hull. Soon, their own voices failed to echo, even below deck. Sound existed, but it no longer travelled. If one shouted at the bow, those at stern heard nothing. Bells did not ring. Footsteps landed silently. The first mate struck 2 flint stones together. Sparks flew, but no crack. A pistol was fired into the air. Light flashed, smoke rose, but silence followed. The sea swallowed all vibration, all impact. They floated in absolute hush, surrounded by waves that lapped noiselessly against the timbers. The world, it seemed, had turned its ears away. Then came the illusion of descent. Though the ship's depth gauge showed level sailing, the stars above stretched, as if they were climbing higher into the sky. The horizon began to bend, not in shape, but in absence. It no longer closed into a circle. It fractured, like a mirror cracked from the center, and soundlessness deepened into something more, something that erased memory of sound entirely. When lanterns were lit, they didn't flicker. They remained steady, unnatural, as though time had stopped within the flame. One sailor described it as living in the echo of a moment that never occurred. The ship's parrot, once loud and irritable, fell silent, and then died without a sound. The captain ordered the ship about, but no splash followed the sails, no rope creaked. The men began to panic, not from fear, but from the growing suspicion that they too were fading. Several claimed their thoughts were becoming soundless. No inner voice, only shape and pressure, where language had once lived. The navigator scrawled maps in silence, but his final chart was not of islands or currents. It was a diagram of a spiral trench, descending endlessly, with glyphs no one recognized etched along its rim. He tore the chart and jumped into the sea, vanishing without so much as a ripple. On the 6th day, the crew woke to find the world soundless, but the ship vibrating. Something below pulsed in intervals. No earthquake, no storm. Just a rhythm, like a heartbeat under stone. Then, for the first time in days, sound returned. A single note, a chime, distant and hollow. It echoed not from the air, but from within their skulls. One word followed, heard only in thought, lower. The ship escaped, barely, but when they reached Batavia, none aboard could speak above a whisper for the rest of their lives. The silence had taken something, and left behind the memory of what it feels like when the sea decides to listen no more. In 1813, a British scientific ship named the Orpheon set sail from Calcutta, tasked with exploring uncharted trenches along the eastern Indian Ocean. Among the crew was linguist Thomas Bellamy, who hoped to uncover evidence of lost civilizations through underwater inscriptions or echo mapping. But what they found instead was a silence so profound it began to dismantle the very fabric of language. Their approach toward the Nicobar Deep was uneventful. But once the ship anchored above the trench, the atmosphere shifted. Conversations became labored. Words lost rhythm. Sailors began stammering, then hesitating between phrases, as if the sea beneath them had disrupted thought itself. The first true sign came when the ship's bell failed to chime. Physically struck, it vibrated but emitted no sound. Nearby birds, once chattering, circled the mast in confused silence before flying inland. Bellamy tested the acoustics by reciting a Shakespearean sonnet aloud. No one could remember the words after he spoke them, even himself. Recordings were attempted using early wax scroll impressions. Each came back blank, not degraded, just void. Below them hydrograph probes returned false readings, depths shifting from 6,000 to 11,000 meters within minutes. A midshipman leaned over the railing and swore he heard his mother's lullaby in his thoughts, but in her deathbed voice. He tried to reply, and his tongue refused to move. That night, a fog rolled in. The lamps on deck glowed bright, but cast no shadows. Conversations turned strange. Men spoke in reverse syntax or babbled in languages they'd never learned. Bellamy transcribed a sailor's mutterings, and realized they matched phonemes of a vanished coastal tribe, one eradicated 2 centuries prior. Silence had become an infection. As days passed, the men grew pale and slow. Whispers turned to gestures. Even when food clattered to the deck, no sound accompanied it. The sea, as far as they could tell, had removed all echoes, and then began altering meaning. A sentence spoken clearly was received as gibberish. Orders failed to register. Navigation collapsed. In his final log, Bellamy wrote, "The trench is not quiet, it is devouring syntax. This is where language comes to die. The abyss beneath us has no need for grammar, only absorption." The Orpheon was later found adrift, its sails torn, its decks deserted. Not a single body remained. But on the mast, carved in spirals from top to base, was one repeating word: listen. Even today, submersibles report sonar irregularities and comms blackouts in that stretch of water. Linguists who visit often return changed, forgetful, confused, quiet. As if some part of them still tries to speak, but something deeper has rewritten their words. The year was 1814, when the French ship Lucidité attempted a peculiar voyage to find the hollow silence long whispered about in Polynesian oral traditions, a place where the ocean itself refused to echo, where even storms passed without thunder. The captain, Etienne Girard, claimed to have once heard the abyss hum beneath him during a previous crossing, and now he returned with instruments built to capture silence itself. As they passed into the South Pacific Depression, later dubbed the Chasm of Restraint, the ship's rigging ceased to groan. The sea went still, not in surface motion, but in voice. No slap of waves, no splash of dolphins. The horizon thickened like fog, but no fog was present. One sailor described it as a sky that forgot how to be a ceiling. Girard's device, a drum-shaped pressure meter with copper antenna, began to pulse rhythmically, but it emitted no sound. Instead, it vibrated along the bones of those who touched it. It didn't hurt, it didn't explain, but every man who touched it heard one thing in his mind: speak, and be removed. The crew responded with silence. Below them, bubbles surfaced, small at first, then larger, but rising in straight, unnatural columns. A swimmer lowered to inspect them, reported hearing whispers under the surface. Though his ears were protected, he emerged screaming, but could not describe what he'd heard. He simply mouthed, "She lives in the pores." On the fourth night, the trench pulsed once. The sea around the ship dropped by inches, without warning, then returned, a sucking motion, like lungs pulling air in reverse. Gerard ordered all instruments dismantled, but too late. The hull began to creak again, not in wood, but in language. Creaks formed syllables, drawn-out groans, mimicking phonemes. Several men began to repeat these groans aloud. One fell dead, blood leaking from both ears and nostrils. Gerard locked himself in his cabin and etched a final diagram, a spiral. Yes, but this one fractured, with breaks between the turns. Each gap was labeled with a symbol for silence: Buddhist, Ancient Hebrew, Pythagorean. His last written words: "Each trench speaks a silence. This one silences speech." The ship was later found, anchored and intact. No crew, no sign of struggle. On the deck lay the copper drum, still vibrating. The word etched into its surface with a dagger: hush. Today, few dare cross that sector without communication backups. Submarines still lose contact, not because of distance, but because the trench does not forget. It simply prefers you don't interrupt. 1815 marked a final chapter in a strange series of naval investigations, when a Prussian scout ship, Klarheit, attempted to follow a spectral path left by earlier vanished vessels above the Sunda region. Their maps traced anomalies, a wave of silence stretching over 900 nautical miles, where weather went mute and cries for help failed to carry. The Klarheit sailed into the dead zone in June. Within hours, the ship's logs began documenting increasing auditory decay. At first, bells grew muffled. Then, commands barked above deck had to be shouted twice. Eventually, not even cannons fired could be heard. The silence wasn't oppressive, it was attentive. One officer wrote, "We are being heard too closely." Unusual symbols began appearing in condensation across the portholes, circular patterns that mirrored crop circles, later found hundreds of years inland. These patterns pulsed when looked at directly, and those who gazed too long found themselves forgetting their names, or the names of their children. Below them, the trench stirred. No seismic activity, no temperature change, just a presence, a weight felt behind the eyes. The crew soon began to whisper compulsively, though no one knew why. They whispered nonsense, made up phrases, rhymes, poems. It was the only way to fill the void. But the trench, it seemed, didn't want filling. One morning, the silence cracked. A deep tone, barely audible, like thunder through stone, rang out from the ocean. It did not fade. It remained constant, vibrating bones, teeth, the iron in blood. The ship's anchor split in two, and a fog of pure black rose from the water. It had no scent, but when it touched skin, memories dissolved. Crew members could no longer recall where they were from. Some didn't know their own names. One man stood perfectly still and asked, "Why do I keep remembering a city that never existed?" When they fled, the fog stayed behind, but the silence returned with them. To this day, survivors of the Klarheit remained mute, though their throats were healthy. Only in dreams did they speak, and always the same word: deeper. Whatever lies in the trench did not want worship, or fear, or understanding, only quiet. In 1816, the Portuguese oceanic vessel Santíssima Corrente departed from Luanda, headed toward a rarely navigated depression southwest of the mid-Atlantic ridge. The captain, Estevão Rios, carried a letter from a dying Jesuit missionary who claimed to have witnessed fish that do not ripple the sea, and whose shadows swim backward. The letter described a place where hours tangled and footsteps left prints on water. When Santíssima Corrente arrived, chronometers failed, not just by error, but with disagreement. Each showed a different hour. Logs recorded time inconsistently. A man on deck saw the sun set, then rise again moments later. Some reported hearing bells from days before. One officer opened a cupboard and found inside the same biscuits he'd eaten the night prior, untouched, arranged as they'd been baked. But it was beneath the surface where things grew worse. A deep diver's bell was lowered into the trench, carrying seasoned diver Pedro Azul. What surfaced after his descent was not the bell, but Pedro himself, soaking wet, lying unconscious across the main deck, though no one had seen him climb aboard. His watch was ticking backward. His hair had grown an inch longer, and when he awoke, he gasped, "I saw myself swimming." But I was older. Rios ordered a second dive, with a crew of 2 this time. They descended with freshly inked logs and synchronized clocks. Contact was lost after 20 minutes. When the bell was retrieved, it was empty, yet dry. The inner logs were filled with notes neither man could have written in such short time. They described creatures with eyes in their stomachs, translucent skin with the texture of living sand, and motionless limbs that still moved forward. One note stood out: they swim in ellipses, not to move, but to remain. Above the trench, time continued unraveling. A sailor aged 5 years in an hour. A barrel of water fermented into wine. Another man, shaving, found his beard already gone. And every hour, precisely on the half mark, a low tone echoed from the sea, though no bell or horn was ever blown. Then came the creatures, seen only briefly by those awake during the 4th night. 12 forms circled the vessel without creating wake. Each was long, eel-like, trailing ghost light from their flanks, but they shimmered in ways that couldn't be understood. One observer claimed to see past and future wounds glowing on their sides, wounds that healed before they bled. The ship turned back, desperate to leave. Yet for every hour they sailed, their position remained unchanged. The stars spun irregularly, compasses spiraled, and every shadow cast by the lanterns began to stretch inward, toward the center of the ship, as though even darkness was trying to escape. Only when they ceased all movement, abandoned sails, stopped clocks, refused to speak, did the trench release them. One by one, instruments corrected. Water flowed normally. The sun returned to its proper arc. But no one aboard could recall what day it was, or whether they had ever left port. In the spring of 1817, a Dutch cartographer named Willem Dreyges led a scientific expedition aboard the VRU Nebu Celestia toward a recently recorded trench system near Tristan da Cunha. Reports from passing whalers had mentioned glimmering serpents in stationary loops, and fish seen through 3 mirrors at once. These were dismissed as sunstroke-induced hallucinations, until Dreyges documented something no man could refute: a calendar that bled. On the 10th day of their voyage, a sailor opened the captain's log and found the ink dripping downward, slowly, steadily, as if gravity itself had turned soft. The calendar beside it warped in sunlight, melting through July into March. When held at an angle, the date appeared to flicker between 3 separate years. Dreyges, fascinated rather than frightened, ordered deep scope readings of the trench. He did not yet understand what lay below. Their instruments recorded temporal drift. Clocks ticked faster below sea level than above. Shadows rotated counterclockwise at noon. One crewman's reflection smiled several seconds after he did, and in the wrong direction. Another man's pipe smoke hung in the air, unmoving, as if suspended in a moment refusing to end. And then came the creatures, gliding up from the chasm, like dancers returning late to a forgotten opera. They were elongated, coated in a translucent shimmer, with fins that remained still as they drifted. But the strange part was not their form, it was their effect. With their effect, wherever they swam, time lagged behind them. A tossed coin into the water, hovered for 3 seconds before finally falling, as if reconsidering its descent. Dreyges lowered a recording bell, equipped with barometric gauges. As it touched the trench's edge, it returned data from a day that hadn't happened yet. One report stated the temperature would fall by 3 degrees at sunset, before the sun had even moved. The next entry included a crewman's name marked as deceased. He died the next morning. That was when the crew turned on the cartographer. They begged him to abandon the mission. One even attempted to smash the bell, but Dryges refused. He claimed the creatures were not animals, but natural phenomena, living distortions of causality. His journal records, "They are not moving forward, they are letting us move backward." The night before the Vru Nubi Celestia vanished, survivors from another vessel spotted her on the horizon, adrift, unmoving, sails still and upright in windless air. But when approached she blinked. Literally. The ship was there, then not, then reappeared 20 meters east. Her crew stood still on deck, mid-motion, as if frozen in a single-second split across time. She was never found again. But on the 12th of September, 1893, nearly 80 years later, a bottle washed ashore on the Namibian coast. Inside, a page, wet but legible, held one phrase in Dryges' unmistakable hand: "They swim not to go, they swim to unmake when." In late 1818, the American brig Providence Dawn set sail from Rio de Janeiro under the command of Captain Elias Grove, an amateur astronomer with a growing obsession. He had obtained charts from a Spanish prisoner's notebook, maps describing a trench southeast of Ascension Island, where stars were said to reflect at midday and where creatures slid between seconds. Most dismissed the ramblings as hallucinations scrawled by a madman. Grove, however, believed the stars were trying to signal something far beneath. The voyage itself was uneventful until midnight on the 6th day. Above the trench, time cracked. It began with the stars. They flickered, not like flames, but like broken glass catching moonlight. Constellations rearranged themselves slowly, deliberately. Sailors claimed to see the Big Dipper trailing Saturn. The moon appeared twice, then faded into red mist. Grove, entranced, marked every anomaly, noting that Polaris had shifted southward by an impossible margin. Below deck, the ship's chronometers went mad. One ticked forward by hours, another backward by minutes. The bell rang without being struck. Then came the creatures, appearing not from below, but from the reflections on the sea's surface. They weren't seen directly, only through mirrors, shadows, or polished brass. They were pale, serpentine, fluid in motion, yet unshaped, masses of momentum wrapped in form. Grove watched them closely. He reported that when viewed through a spyglass in reverse, the creatures appeared to swim upward, toward the clouds. One circled the ship for over an hour, never breaking the water, but casting ripples in time. The ship's cook, aged 20 years in an afternoon, then reverted to his youthful self at nightfall. He died the next morning, having experienced what he called 1,000 days of salt. When the crew dropped weighted lines to measure depth, they retrieved them with ancient barnacles, species long extinct, glowing faintly blue. On the lines were knots no man aboard had tied. Worse still, their cargo, barrels of rice and rum, spoiled overnight, then inexplicably returned to freshness a day later. It was as if time below them was bleeding into the ship. Grove's final log entries are barely legible, as if the ink itself had aged and faded moments after drying. But one phrase repeats in his script: "We are the glitch." The trench is correction. On the morning of December 30th, the Providence Dawn disappeared. An empty raft was later found floating off Sierra Leone, containing a single brass compass, its needle spinning continuously, never pointing north. Along the rim of its glass, etched in something crystalline, were 4 words: "We swim outside consequence." In the final days of 1819, a Russian expedition aboard the vessel Sibirskaya Tainstvenaya, the Siberian Mystery, ventured deep into the South Atlantic, seeking confirmation of cartographic anomalies drawn by a Portuguese sailor whose descendants claimed he returned from the sea, aged and broken, speaking of fish that split moments as they swim. The trench in question had no name. The ship's records simply referred to it as Proval, the Russian word for collapse. It began with the clocks, again, not just irregular, but hostile. Pocket watches shattered without impact. Ship chronometers fell behind in chunks, catching up hours later in bursts. Some sailors claimed to see the ship's wake disappear before it formed. One even swore he witnessed himself walking down the same corridor twice, from opposite directions. Then came the sightings. A lookout spotted what he believed to be whales, but their shapes twisted the sky around them. Telescopes refused to focus. The creatures pulsed, not in body, but in position, appearing in two locations at once. They hovered just beneath the surface, leaving trails of light like scratch marks across the sea. Each time one passed, the ship lurched, not from current, but from memory. Sailors forgot why they had come, or where they were. The cook served breakfast twice. Two men argued over whether it was Tuesday or Thursday. One swore he remembered the ship's arrival home, before they had even turned back. Captain Rusanov kept a tight log, but even he began to lose grip. One night he recorded a dream of a beast without organs, swimming backward through time, its body composed of cascading waves of forgotten songs. When he awoke, his pillow was soaked, though it had not rained. On his coat, sea salt crust formed the shape of an hourglass tipped on its side. The descent probe they lowered returned with footage, primitive sketches made from pressure scratch graphs and motion sensors. But something moved across every frame, distorting the measurements. A ripple that should not exist in silence, a presence that evaded stillness. Rusanov interpreted it as a non-creature, a temporal parasite that didn't hunt flesh, but chronology. Then came the stillness. All aboard froze, not physically, but perceptually. For an entire day, no one remembered anything. No one moved. Later interviews with survivors described that day as the pause. They believed they had been paused, held between frames of their own lives. When time resumed, one crewman was missing, his bunk undisturbed, his coat folded, no sign of departure. But his voice was heard, weeks later, in St. Petersburg, played back from a blank wax cylinder. A cylinder that had never left the ship. It simply reappeared. His voice whispered, "They do not move through water. They move through before." After the Sibirskaya Tainstvenaya returned, every crew member experienced dreams of the same creature, a spiral-shaped eel, with human eyes swimming through a frozen waterfall. It was always looking backward, and it was always watching them first. The trench was never marked again. For some doors beneath the sea do not close when you leave. They wait, patiently, for the right moment to reopen. In early 1820, the Spanish naval vessel, La Llama del Norte, the Flame of the North, set course for the eastern edge of the Peru-Chile Trench, spurred by decades-old sailor legends that spoke of cold lanterns beneath the waves. Fishermen claimed that deep in the night, beneath the crests of black tides, flickering lights would surface and hover in place, neither fire nor reflection, but something alive. The captain, Alonso Mirasol, dismissed the rumors until he saw them himself. 4 lights drifting above the waterline, moving in perfect formation, as though a silent procession was underway. The lights emitted no heat. When the crew attempted to approach by rowboat, the lanterns retreated in silence, fading not into distance, but into absence, as if they had never been. The water beneath them was ice cold, but not in temperature. The chill was not felt on the skin, it was sensed in the joints, in the marrow. Several men reported their teeth aching the closer they came. On the second night, the lights returned. This time, they formed a circle. One by one, the lanterns extinguished in sequence, clockwise. As each faded, the ship's lamps dimmed in kind, despite having fresh oil. The men began to panic. Mirasol ordered them to douse all lights on board, candles, lamps, even moon reflections shielded by canvas. Only darkness remained. And then from the sea rose a structure, not solid, not liquid, a lattice of light, woven beams like strands of glowing seaweed, lifted just above the surface. Some said it looked like a cathedral made from the aurora borealis. Others claimed it resembled a fishing net woven by something without hands. Within it, figures swam, not fish, but threads of phosphorescent skin, undulating in loops, never intersecting. Their eyes glowed not with light, but with the absence of it. One midshipman dared to whisper a prayer. The moment sound returned, the lattice shattered. A single bolt of light shot skyward, brighter than lightning, yet silent. It left behind a shadow burned into the clouds above, a silhouette that resembled a jellyfish with tendrils of writing. The crew was blinded for minutes. When sight returned, the trench below glowed faintly from within, as if something below had cracked open the seafloor and was watching from inside. Mirasol attempted to record it in charts, but each ink line faded overnight. His logs turned blank. One man tried carving the light's shape into wood, but the carving disappeared, leaving smooth timber behind. They sailed away in silence. Months later, in Cadiz, every man aboard was tested for exposure to radiation, though no such concept existed. Doctors found no burns, but each sailor's eyes reflected light unnaturally, even in darkness. Mirrors revealed flickering shadows behind them, lantern-shaped. The trench has been revisited only by machines since. Sonar reflects fine, until it reaches a certain depth. Then only echoes of the word ignite, not from above, but from whatever listens, below. By the summer of 1821, rumours had reached London's Royal Navy of unholy auroras, sighted beneath the Bay of Plenty. These weren't storms, nor the auroras of the poles, but something altogether different. Luminous structures that hovered beneath the surface and pulsed in deliberate rhythm. The HMS Argus, an exploration vessel repurposed from wartime service, was dispatched under Captain George Merrow to chart this anomaly, armed with primitive electric galvanometers and a detachment of royal naturalists. The first sign of trouble was the compass. It spun erratically by dusk on the third day. By dawn, every compass on board pointed straight down. Merrow, a man of logic and nerves of steel, ordered a descent using newly designed pressure baskets filled with copper wire, hoping to capture electromagnetic fluctuations. The basket never reached bottom. Its line snapped without tension, but the device was later found floating behind the ship. Basket closed, contents rearranged. The wire had been twisted into knots shaped like constellations, some familiar, others unknown. That night, the lights appeared, not above, not ahead, but rising slowly through the ship itself. From the brig to the crow's nest, luminous strands emerged vertically, thin beams of bluish white that seemed neither hot nor cold. They passed through solid timber without leaving marks. Crewmen could walk through them, but when they did, something inside changed. Speech slowed, memory stuttered. One sailor walked straight off the edge of the deck into the sea, eyes glassy, mouth open as if singing. He did not surface. The lights responded to movement. When one was approached, it duplicated, splitting in two, then folding inward, like an eyelid, closing. Soon the ship was surrounded, not with beams, but with a forest of vertical radiance, each pulsing at a different rate, casting no reflection on the water. Above them, the stars began to flicker in the same sequence. It was as if the lights below were speaking to those above. Merrow recorded that time grew unreliable. The night seemed endless. His watch stopped. The hourglass ran backwards. Several men aged rapidly, their hair graying in mere hours. Yet the ship's cat gave birth to a litter of kittens, each with luminescent eyes. Attempts to flee failed. Every heading led back into the forest. The sky turned silver. No horizon remained. Then the humming began. Not a sound, vibration. It trembled through the hull, into bone, into thought. The crew reported, memories not their own. Images of places unvisited, faces unrecognized, a child rowing stars in ash, a whale wrapped in chains of light, and finally, silence. All beams vanished. In their place, a single sphere rose from the sea, an orb of glowing filaments, rotating in patterns that never repeated. It hovered, watched, and descended once more. The next morning, the HMS Argus was found 10 nautical miles east of her logged position. Everything appeared normal, except no one remembered launching the anchor, and every written log from that night had been overwritten with a single phrase. In 1822, a French expedition known as l'Observatoire d'Herbicy launched from La Rochelle with the goal of conducting electromagnetic readings along the Tonga Trench. Led by physicist Émile Roux and funded in part by the Académie des Sciences, the voyage marked one of the earliest attempts to apply new galvanic theory to deep-sea phenomena. Their destination was a depression rumored to glow without fire, where fire itself was said to drown, and light never flickered. On the 11th night at sea, with no storms and minimal moonlight, the water ahead of the vessel began to glow, not broadly, but narrowly. Thin streaks of white gold formed on the surface like hairline fractures in obsidian. Rue, elated, documented the exact coordinates and ordered the crew to halt. The moment the anchor hit the water, the glow retreated, not into depth, but into form. A perfect circle of 12 lights emerged, each spaced evenly apart, orbiting nothing. As the crew watched, the lights began to move, not across the sea, but around each other. Each orb turned in sharp angles, rotating at speeds inconsistent with the water's movement. The captain described it as light following logic unseen. Rue dropped a steel cage, filled with sulfur-dipped paper, hoping to capture atmospheric change. The cage never returned, but at dawn, a single parchment washed onto deck, bone dry, despite floating atop seawater. The paper bore no writing, only a burn mark in the shape of an eye. No one had seen the cage surface. Then came the incident. A crew member named Henry fell into the water while adjusting the mainmast rigging. Several men dove in after him, only to find that Henry had not fallen. He had vanished mid-motion. But an hour later, his voice echoed from below the ship, not screaming, not calling for help, but reciting poetry. Verse he'd never learned, in Greek. When a hydrophone was lowered, it picked up a steady sequence of clicking tones. Rue translated the rhythm as Morse-like code, though the system predated Morse himself. The message translated roughly as, "Illuminate not with flame, remember through silence." That night, the lights returned, this time within the ship. From within sealed barrels, through unopened crates, the same cold luminescence seeped. It touched no object, yet passed through all. Crew members who stared too long went catatonic, some weeping silently, others smiling without recognition. A medic later recorded their pulses syncing with the flickers. All 27 men exhibited identical heart rhythms, even in sleep. The expedition ended abruptly. L'Observatoire des Bysses docked in Samoa with no physical damage, but every man aboard had lost a memory. Different for each. One forgot his mother, another his native tongue. Rue could no longer recognize the shape of a candle's flame. The Tonga Trench was left unmarked on their return charts, and in the Academy's sealed archives rests a single scrap of paper, an unburnt page, once buried in sulfur, now pressed between glass. It reads, "Fire forgets, but the deep remembers." In the winter of 1823, a merchant vessel turned expeditionary craft, the Golden Thistle, departed from New Zealand under the covert sponsorship of Lord Belgrave, a British noble with deep interests in esoteric maritime events. His obsession centered on an uncharted trench northeast of the Kermadec Islands, where, according to a salvaged log from a wrecked Dutch trawler, a harvest of lanterns had once risen from the sea, drawn to the sound of morning bells. Belgrave outfitted the ship with a peculiar contraption, a bell cage forged of silver and obsidian, suspended on a brass pulley. His journals referred to it cryptically as the resonance frame. No one on board knew its true purpose, only that it was to be lowered precisely at midnight and struck once. When the frame was released above the trench and rung, the water did not echo, it absorbed. The sound was swallowed whole, no reverberation, no splash. And then, the sea lit up, not from above, nor from beneath, but within. Beams of pale gold and eerie cyan emerged as if the ocean's molecules themselves had begun to glow. Shapes moved within the light, thin, undulating forms like ribbons, casting no shadows and emitting no heat. One crewmate described them as flames without air, fire that forgot it was fire. They rose around the ship in complete silence. Within seconds the temperature plummeted, frost formed on sails, metal fogged. One man's breath crystallized mid-air and fell like glass dust. The captain, unwilling to flee, urged observation. Belgrave, however, was seen kneeling, whispering in tongues, weeping with joy. "They've heard me," he said. "They've come to collect what was promised." What he had promised, no one knew. Suddenly, the lights halted mid-ascent and began spinning, each around an invisible axis. The rotation aligned with the ship's bell. The resonance deepened, humming through the hull, and for a fleeting moment, the Golden Thistle lifted, not onto a wave, but out of time. Journals recovered from a lifeboat recount what followed. The stars froze, not stopped, but arrested in place. A sailor who dropped his quill watched it hover for nearly 2 minutes before falling with a splash. Reflection vanished from all surfaces. The moon fractured into 7 mirrored copies. The crew found they could not speak without their words reverberating moments before being spoken. One man described hearing his own scream before he opened his mouth. The bell cage reeled itself upward, unaided. Inside it, coiled in loops, was a creature small, eel-like, made of threads of light. It blinked once, not with eyes, but with its entire body. Then it disintegrated into heatless sparks. The lights vanished. The trench fell silent once more. The next morning, Belgrave was gone, no sign of his body. In his cabin lay an open journal, pages burned at the corners, but intact at the center. Its final entry read, "I have given them memory in the shape of sound. In return, they've gifted me the weight of silence made flesh. I am with the fire that burns in no direction." To this day, no sonar works within 10 nautical miles of the site. Photographs turn out blank, and bells refuse to ring. In early 1824, a series of merchant ships disappeared near the southernmost lip of the South Sandwich Trench. The loss of La Sincere, Mary of Kent, and Il Volto Bianco in the same season sparked panic across shipping routes from Patagonia to Cape Town. Though no storms were recorded, crews vanished without distress calls, without wreckage, and most disturbingly, without weight. When one hull was recovered, it was nearly intact, but weighed thousands of kilograms less than it should have. Cargo untouched, sails pristine, people simply gone. Aboard the French steamer Marée Noire, dispatched as a salvage and investigation vessel, Captain Baptiste Leclerc wrote of waters too calm for life, and a hunger that did not feel like absence but presence. The trench itself was silent. No whales, no birds, not even plankton under the glassy surface. The sonar bells, when lowered, returned no echoes, just a subtle vibration in the chain, like breath, slow and rhythmic. Leclerc's crew was trained and skeptical, but as they neared the coordinates of the vanishings, they began to complain of the same sensation being watched, but not from above or around, from below and within. One crewman stopped eating, claiming that every bite he took belonged to someone else. Another said he'd begun dreaming with his mouth open, swallowing something cold each night. On the third night, the sea opened, not in a storm, not in waves, but with a circular motion of water descending as though draining into an invisible mouth. It formed a perfect spiral, silent and massive, pulling downward with no visible center. Above it, fog condensed out of nothing, tinged grey-green, and smelling of iron and citrus. That's when the shadows rose, not creatures in the typical sense, but negative spaces, forms that didn't reflect light, but consumed it. Their shapes were humanoid, but inconsistent. Spines that bent the wrong way, arms that twisted too far. They hovered just above the water, and swayed gently as if suspended by invisible threads. Leclerc noted their eyes, not glowing, not even eyes, but impressions of hunger, recessed voids that seemed to crave identity. A diver was sent down in desperation to measure current patterns. He returned 15 minutes later, breathless, gear intact, but missing his tongue, not cut, not torn, simply gone. His eyes, wide with horror, blinked only once before he collapsed. His final word, scrawled in charcoal, read, "Fed." Leclerc ordered retreat, but the trench did not permit it. Sails resisted wind, oars dragged against currents that didn't exist, ropes tangled in unseen hands. The ship rotated, slowly, until its prow pointed directly at the spiral again. The crew began to disappear, one by one, with no screams, no motion, just absence. Eventually, only Leclerc remained. When the Marée Noire was found adrift off Tristan da Cunha 2 months later, it bore only one occupant, Leclerc, silent, unmoving, eyes fixed on a spot no one else could see. In his logbook, the last page read, "The trench does not eat, it waits until you feed yourself to it." In 1825, A Portuguese whaling ship known as a Esperança Velha strayed from its original course and entered the southern tip of the Diamantina fracture zone. The captain, Tomás Ferreira, noted in his journal that the crew had been compelled, not by wind or current, but by something in the sea's quiet insistence. The waters were mirror still, no whales had been sighted in weeks, and all birds vanished by the time they crossed latitude 36°S. Only silence remained. Then the dreams began. Crewmen described black mouths beneath their bunks. One man swore he had swallowed seawater in his sleep, and awoke with gills carved into his ribs. Another claimed his stomach ached with someone else's hunger. Ferreira, a devout Catholic, ordered prayer each morning, but the prayers came slower, each word dragging like it had weight. Sailors murmured that the sea was eating time. On the sixth night, the ocean changed. The color darkened, not blue, not black, but void, as if the trench itself had risen to the surface. The water refused to reflect light. Stars above blinked out one by one as the surface shimmered, and then things began to rise. Not fish, not sea beasts, mouths, hundreds floating on stalks of fluid, with no bodies attached. Some were human-sized, others stretched across several meters, lined with concentric rings of soft, pulsing tissue. They didn't bite, they waited, they hovered around the hull, lips slightly parted, inhaling gently as if smelling each man's breath. Ferreira ordered the crew to lower lifeboats, but the boats never touched water. The mouths inhaled, not air, but presence. The rowboats slowed as if caught in syrup, their frames wilting mid-air. The men who tried to flee were untouched physically, but the next morning, they stood pale and vacant, repeating their own names in whispers until their throats cracked from dryness. One crew member leapt overboard in delirium. He never hit the water. He simply vanished between ripples. The ship's cook, fearing the end, attempted to burn the pantry, but the fire refused to light. Matches disintegrated. Oil ran upward. Even flame, it seemed, was too dense for that part of the ocean. Eventually only whispers remained. Ferreira wrote one final entry. The mouths speak no language, yet they bargain. I have offered names, mine first. When a Esperança Velha was discovered months later, it drifted with a single impossible feature. Its sails and ropes were intact, but its hull bore no nails. All metal had been consumed. The ship held its shape without support. On the deck was a ring of symbols, carved into the wood with perfect precision. 6 spirals, 6 crescents, 1 open mouth. None aboard were found, but one sealed wine bottle bobbed near the rudder. Inside, a scroll of lambskin parchment bore a message in wet ink. The sea is not hungry, it is remembering the shape of your desire. In the autumn of 1826, the Dutch vessel Het Gebed zonder einde, translated as the Prayer Without End, set out from Cape Town under the sponsorship of the Van Wooten Trading Company. Officially, it was to chart rare manganese deposits along the southern Indian Ocean trench walls. Unofficially, whispers in Amsterdam's maritime circles suggested it was hired to retrieve something lost. Cargo not of gold or spice, but of origin. The ship's route veered dangerously close to the Wallaby Zenith fracture zone, where sailors refused to cast nets and old charts labelled waters with the word Niads, nothing. The crew of Het Gebed zonder einde initially dismissed the tales. That changed when they reached the coordinates left behind in a merchant's dying breath. A narrow inlet between submerged seamounts, where water moved without tide and sound fell flat. It began subtly. The cook found his soup bowl empty moments after filling it. The carpenter lost a hammer mid-swing, only to find it fused into the masthead. Food spoiled within minutes. Rope unwound itself. Then came the more serious vanishments. Photographs from breast pockets. Rosaries from knotted wrists. Objects disappeared, not with theft or accident, but with purpose. Captain Elian Merwi ordered an immediate halt. He dropped a lead-weighted anchor to test for current. The chain reached full length, then tightened upward, as though the sea were pulling the ship skyward instead of downward. Minutes later, the ocean turned still as glass again. It was not calm, it was expectant. On the 4th night, the crew awoke to find a figure standing at the bow. No one had seen it arrive. No one recognized it. Its form was vaguely human but unnaturally thin, like a sketch half erased. It bore no eyes, only a mouth that never closed, wide and circular, lined with hundreds of tiny motionless teeth. The creature did not speak, but in its presence, the crew's stomachs growled in unison. A deep hunger took hold, not for food, but for memory. Men began to forget things, not trivialities, but anchors of identity, birthplaces, siblings, the names of their children. Each man lost something personal, and none could reclaim it. When the captain confronted the figure, it extended a single finger to his chest, and he collapsed. His mouth moved, but no sound came. They tried to photograph the entity, but each glass plate came back blank, save for a perfect circle scorched into the emulsion. When touched, those plates grew warm and pulsed faintly. The crew began to pray, but prayer didn't form properly. Sentences looped, names tangled, words refused to finish, and then came the final hunger. The crew watched, frozen in dread, as the sea turned black, not from nightfall, but from something rising to the surface. Not a creature, not a shadow, but a mouth the size of memory. It opened without waves. Silence deepened. One by one, sailors walked toward the rail, not screaming, not crying, just offering. Weeks later, the Het Gebed Sondereinde was found drifting without anchor, its sails unfurled and bell intact. Below deck, every mirror was shattered, but in the reflections of the broken shards, mouths continued to move. One log remained, written in charcoal: "Hunger is not emptiness, it is recognition, waiting to be devoured." By the end of 1827, maritime whispers told of a cursed depression near the Philippine Trench, where sound did not travel and ships returned with less than they had taken. Not in cargo, but in thought. An English frigate, the Reliant, departed under secret commission from the East India Company, its mission cloaked in trade legitimacy, but loaded with psychological examiners and clergy. They sought to confirm, or disprove, the mounting reports that the trench itself fed not on bodies or matter, but on awareness. From the first day onward, the crew suffered strange cravings, not for food, but for repetition. One man tied and untied the same knot 1,000 times. Another stared into a cup of brine, lips moving but making no sound. The ship's physician, Dr. Elwin Harrow, recorded symptoms of aphasia, lost time, and a gradual unraveling of will. 3 days from the trench's edge, the sea turned perfectly still, no crests, no wind. A layer of fog descended that did not feel damp, but waited. It pressed against the mind, like an unwelcome thought that wouldn't leave. Then the dreams arrived. Every sailor, every officer, even Harrow himself, reported variations of the same image: a gaping fissure beneath the waves, not jagged like a wound, but perfectly smooth, circular, deliberate. From it, tendrils of darkness extended not in tendrils or arms, but as questions. Each tendril whispered, not with sound, but in suggestion: what are you without memory? Who are you without your fear? One night, the first mate went missing. They found his uniform in his quarters, neatly folded, his boots placed beside it, his bed made. No signs of struggle, but drawn in sea salt on the wall was a spiral, curling inward into a single dot. When Harrow touched it, he forgot his own name for an entire hour. Soon the rest followed. Memories left slowly. Sailors began to forget how to operate pulleys. Officers confused east for west. Men who had sailed for 20 years forgot how to swim. Someone wrote the same word, over and over, into the captain's log: mine. On the 5th day near the trench, the water beneath the hull began to breathe. It expanded, contracted, never visually, but in sensation. Each inhalation stole something: a song lyric, a loved one's face, a purpose. Harrow wrote, "We are being unmade by something that does not bite. It consumes from within." When they attempted to leave, the ship moved sluggishly, as if dragging itself through syrup. Eventually, movement ceased. The crew gathered on deck in silence. The trench below pulsed, and then for a moment, they understood. It was not the sea that was hungry. It was the absence itself, an ancient mouth that had never known shape, always open, always swallowing, but never full. The Reliant was eventually found adrift near Luzon, intact, abandoned. On the main mast was scrawled the last known entry from Dr. Harrow. It was not depth that undid us. It was the realization that something deeper lives in us all, waiting to be fed. In the spring of 1828, the Russian research vessel, Semlya Molkania, the Land of Silence, departed from Vladivostok on an expedition funded by a mysterious benefactor known only as the Collector of Absences. Its path cut across the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench, where native Ainu legends spoke of voices carried on still air, voices that weren't spoken but remembered. The ship's true mission was not to retrieve samples, but to record what could not be heard. The vessel was outfitted with copper coil listening cones, primitive audio capture instruments suspended below the surface. These devices recorded vibrations, translating them into faint pulses upon wax cylinders. By the second week, they had captured hours of silence, except the silence wasn't empty. When played back, it pulsed in regular intervals, almost like a language carved in the space between breath. Captain Dmitry Kozlov reported that some crew began humming in their sleep, not melodies but patterns, as if echoing something their minds didn't understand. Others claimed to hear footsteps below deck despite no one walking. It wasn't just that something was making sound, it was repeating theirs. By nightfall, the sea surrounding the Semlya Molkania grew unnaturally glassy. Ripples formed, not from wind or impact, but in response to human speech. One sailor recited a prayer aloud. Seconds later, the water repeated it, exactly, word for word in his own voice. Not a reflection of sound, a mirroring of intention. The crew grew quiet. The less they spoke, the more the water replied. It began with whispers, then moved into memory, private thoughts, secret regrets. When one man muttered a phrase his mother had whispered to him on her deathbed, the sea echoed it, not in Russian, but in her voice. The sailor leapt overboard, and his body was never recovered. Kozlov ordered the crew to remain silent. A vow of wordlessness was taken. Even in writing, all logs were stopped. But the sea didn't stop. It began speaking on its own, snippets of languages no one recognized, and some they almost did. Forgotten dialects, reconstructed emotions. The wax cylinders filled with phrases that reversed mid-sentence, forming palindromes of meaning. Then came the voices of the dead. One crew member, Anton, awoke screaming that he'd heard his brother call to him from the water. His brother had died a decade prior. Another claimed to hear his own funeral, narrated by his wife, who had not yet died. The sea, it seemed, had no sense of time. It echoed futures as easily as it echoed pasts. And then, it began to speak without being spoken to. One morning, a message etched itself in salt along the main deck. If you do not give your voice, we will grow one for you. The crew fell ill, their tongues ached, teeth loosened. One man's vocal cords dissolved entirely, though no infection was found. He gestured madly at the ocean, as if begging it to speak for him. By the end of the month, all crew were mute, but the ship still echoed with voices, singing, praying, confessing. The sea had learned language, and it would not forget. By the summer of 1829, word of the Semlya Molkania's encounter with the sentient echoes of the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench had begun to circulate through closed scientific societies across Europe and Asia. Most dismissed it as maritime hallucination, the predictable outcome of isolation and superstition. But a select few, the Royal Silentium Society of Königsberg, in particular, took a different view. They believed the ocean had begun a process of linguistic mimicry, an emergent phenomenon through which the sea learned to speak, not by creation, but by reflection. As a result, the society covertly commissioned a vessel of their own, the Verspiegelte, a bark built entirely of sound-dampening materials. Every hinge, nail, and plank was selected for its ability to absorb or muffle vibration. Even the sails were woven from a blend of wool and copper mesh, to resist harmonic resonance. The crew was forbidden to speak from the moment they boarded in Danzig. Orders were issued via parchment and code. No bells, no cannons. Even the oars were padded. Their destination was a previously unmapped depression at the southern edge of the trench, a place revealed only in a single disputed 17th century Japanese scroll labeled Shizukeiza no Mi, or the Eye of Stillness. They arrived in early August. The sea there was not flat, it was motionless. Unlike normal still water, which merely appears calm, this water refused all interference. A tossed coin did not ripple. A thrown rope hovered just above the surface before slowly vanishing downward, like ink pulled into paper. They anchored, or believed they did, though the line never found bottom, nor grew taut. For the first 48 hours, nothing happened. The men kept silent. The air grew thin, fog hovered like unmoving breath above a sleeping mouth. Then the air began to whisper. It started with fragments of memory, words spoken on land, phrases whispered during sleep. A Polish crewman dropped his chalk slate in shock when he heard his mother's lullaby float across the deck in her unmistakable tone. Another, a Baltic fisherman, claimed the fog murmured a prayer only uttered once during his childhood, at his sister's funeral. But the sea was not merely repeating, it was synthesizing. Each hour brought longer statements, more complex ideas, merging fragments from multiple memories into new unsettling sentences. The crew remained disciplined, saying nothing aloud, but the sea didn't need sound anymore. It pulled language from within them, reassembling their private thoughts into communal expression. On the fourth night, a voice echoed from below the hull, low and slow. It did not rise through air, but through matter. The deck itself vibrated with words. Do not fear the voice that is not yours. It remembers what you forgot to name. The men gathered above deck, chalk slates forgotten. One crewman sobbed silently, another fell to his knees, and then a great ring appeared on the surface of the trench. It glowed dimly, like moonlight caught in oil. Inside it, words formed. We are your unspoken. Captain August Wren scribbled a hasty diagram of the glowing circle, noting its perfect symmetry and pulse. He wrote, "It speaks like a cathedral praise, in vibration, in pressure, in meaning beneath sound." The Verspiegelte remained there for 3 more days. During this time, the crew began to forget their original language, not in full, but piece by piece. The name of the ship, the word for bread, the meaning of home. One man attempted to draw a picture of a tree, and found himself sketching a spiral instead. By the 6th day, even writing became unreliable. Letters rearranged, words erased themselves, parchment curled when names were written down. The ship's logbook refused to hold ink, each page absorbing it completely as if it were thirsting for memory. Even carvings in wood would vanish within hours. Then from the trench, a tower of soundless mist rose. Within it faces formed, shifting, undefined, not visual apparitions, but linguistic ones. The men understood them as words without writing, grammar made flesh, and they began to understand without translation. What they learned was this: the trench had been listening for centuries. Every spoken word, every thought half-formed in fear, every prayer whispered into storm and salt had fallen into its depth. Over time it had stitched these into something whole, not a voice, but a self. It did not wish to speak, it wished to be spoken through. Captain Wren made the decision to leave, but when the ship turned, the wind turned too. The fog closed, the sails hung like drowned flags. The crew knew then, they had made a pact, they had been heard. One man finally broke, a simple whisper, "Please." The sea replied, in perfect chorus from every direction, "We have already answered." When the Verspiegelte returned to port, only 4 men remained. None spoke. Their tongues were unmarked, their throats uninjured, but their will to speak had been rewritten. Captain Wren's final log, found buried in a glass bottle encased in lead, was scrawled in a script that bore no known alphabet. But when viewed in mirror light, the characters aligned with every crew member's handwriting, layered into one. The last line read, "We are now the echo, and the echo has become us." By the winter of 1830, naval authorities in Yokohama grew alarmed by the number of derelict ships drifting near the edges of the Izu-Ogasawara Trench, each eerily intact, yet manned by crews who could not or would not speak. Records across British, Dutch, and local Japanese fleets began to correlate. The phenomenon was spreading. Ships returning from certain trench coordinates bore survivors who had aged prematurely, or had forgotten the faces of their children. Their mouths still moved, but their words rang empty, echoes of language, with no weight. In response, the Tokugawa shogunate commissioned a silent exploratory craft, Shizukana Tsuru, Salient Crane, manned by monks trained in the ancient art of mokusu, deep, trance-like meditation, through stillness and breath. The idea, if language was the trigger, silence would be the shield. The ship ventured out in February, under a crescent moon. Its destination was marked only by one surviving sailor's drawing, a geometric spiral carved in water like the groove of a vinyl record, centered within the deepest trough of the trench. When they arrived, the sea had no scent. The salt had vanished from the air. Even the wind, always present in some form, failed to stir. The monks sat in stillness, communing not with the world above, but the one beneath. No rituals, no chants, no symbols, but the ocean responded anyway. The hull began to vibrate not with tremor, but with speech. Not noise, but meaning, rising through pressure differentials and pulse-like waves. It bypassed hearing, striking directly at memory. Each monk experienced a different resonance, the exact tone of their mother's voice, the crackle of a fire once heard during a childhood storm, the words of a long-lost teacher, whispered between the folds of time. It was not an invasion, it was an invitation. And then came the silence within silence, the point beyond stillness. One monk, Master Hoshin, felt his breath stop, not from panic, but from synchronization. His lungs matched the rhythm of the trench below. When he inhaled, it exhaled. When he held still, it pulsed. The trench wasn't a voice, it was a chamber, a resonator built across geological epochs, designed not to speak, but to carry speech, from something far older, far deeper. The monks understood then. The echoes were not ghosts of human voices. They were the language of the sea's architects, creatures perhaps, consciousnesses, likely, beings whose biology operated on frequency, whose memory coalesced in sound waves, not cells. The Shizukana Tsuru recorded nothing. No one wrote, but each monk returned changed. Their eyes shimmered faintly in the dark. Their mouths rarely moved. Yet when they sat together in silence, the air around them seemed to vibrate with understanding. They spoke not in sound, but in effect. Objects moved subtly toward them. Animals calmed. Ink flowed before quills touched parchment. Their final report was blank, but it was signed with a mark etched so faintly, it could only be seen when silence reigned in the room. A spiral, floating, vibrating, alive. By the spring of 1831, the last and most obscure attempt to interact with the voice-like phenomena of the trench came not from explorers, but from a traveling mystic named Father Sylvain Eloy, a French priest turned natural philosopher, who had spent years studying forgotten languages and sea legends from Madagascar to Malta. Obsessed with the idea that the ocean itself was trying to confess, he boarded a merchant vessel, headed for the Tonga Trench, armed with only a carved obsidian tuning rod, and a journal bound in lambskin titled Les Silences Inquiets, the Restless Silences. The ship dropped him off on a small atoll near the edge of the trench. He remained alone for 12 days. On the 13th, the sky dimmed at noon. Fishermen on nearby boats reported watching clouds spiral downward into a circle, directly above where Father Eloy stood. No wind, no lightning, just a soft hum that came not from the air but from the water, like a cathedral organ played underwater. One man said he heard his own name chanted, low and slow, in the voice of his dead grandmother. Another claimed the fish in their nets stared back at them with unblinking human eyes. Eloy wrote on the 12th night, "It does not want prayers, it wants participation. It is not a god, it is a record, a book with no spine, and each of us is a sentence written in brine." On the 13th day, his journal ended. The final entry was not in his hand. It read, "Language has roots, some bloom, others drown." His body was never found, only the obsidian tuning rod remained, now humming gently, as if vibrating with something remembered. When researchers tried to catalogue it years later, they discovered something disturbing. The rod matched the frequency of brainwave patterns measured during prayer and linguistic formation. But no device could record its hum. Sound waves vanished when electronically monitored. Even analog equipment failed. Only those physically near it could feel the resonance. And even then, only if they had once lost someone they had never named aloud. The tuning rod was placed in a soundproof vault in Bordeaux. It cracked the walls from within by the third night. The vault remained sealed. Etched into the metal, from the inside are 7 words: "We were never meant to speak alone." In the early months of 1832, a cold unease settled over the maritime community of Bergen, Norway. It began with fragments, logbooks found floating in the fjords, their ink smudged not by water, but by something described only as presence. Coastal villages whispered of a ship that left port without a name, and returned without sails, crewless but dry. At the center of these murmurs lay a single repeating detail. The ship had passed directly over the deepest stretch of the Puerto Rico Trench, where light dies long before distance begins to measure. The Norwegian crown, cautious yet curious, called upon one of its last true deep-sea scholars, Sigrid Nalsund, a recluse linguist, who had, in her youth, theorized that the oceans contained their own living syntax. Sigrid had long vanished from public view, rumored to be insane. But when she emerged, white-haired and fire-eyed, she simply whispered, "It is still speaking, but no one is listening." She was granted command of the Ormen Lang, an iron-clad cutter retrofitted for silent passage. No bells, no anchors, just rotating copper drums, designed to pick up vibrations across language bands, not yet named by science. The crew, 12 men and women, chosen from the fading edges of academia and faith, signed contracts, not with ink, but with silence. They were forbidden to document in traditional languages. Instead, they agreed to record only impressions, images drawn by hand, dreams described in symbols, memories confessed through shape. They sailed in March, entering a sea that grew colder with each nautical mile, not in temperature, but in spirit. The water turned a hue of deep steel, reflecting not sky, but something older, more internal. Their compasses began to spin. Time seemed uncertain. Some reported feeling as though hours had passed when only minutes had ticked by. Others claimed entire nights were compressed into the blink of a gull's wing. When they reached the trenches Nadir, something impossible occurred. The ocean turned upward, not physically, but conceptually. The crew felt it. Gravity seemed to pull toward the sky. One sailor tried to drop a spoon, and it hovered in midair for nearly 30 seconds before spiraling downward in a gentle corkscrew. The drums began to vibrate, slowly at first, then with increasing precision. Sigrid placed her hand upon the hull and began to hum, not a melody, but a phoneme, a sound from no language spoken today, something older. At precisely midnight, the trench responded, not with sound, but with naming. Each crew member began to hear their name, not their given name, but a name that fit deeper. A syllable that cut to the marrow of who they were before language was taught. The kind of name you might be given in the dark, by a thing that had never forgotten you. Sigrid dropped to her knees. She smiled. The log records, such as they were, begin to shift at this point, not in meaning, but in structure. The crew's sketches turned into fractal patterns, recursive shapes folding into one another. One engineer carved a spiral of such precise geometry into the table that the wood beneath began to refract light. Another spoke aloud, only once. "We are not alone in memory." The Ormen Lang's descent began not downward, but inward. The trench unfolded around them like a shell, layers of thought encased in sediment and pressure. No pressure gauges failed. No hull breach occurred. But the crew began to forget their mission, not out of fear, but acceptance, as though purpose had changed its definition mid-journey. One final impression remained, recorded by Sigrid herself. A sketch of an open eye, drawn not with ink, but with seawater pressed into paper. Around the eye, 4 words written in fluid runes. "This is not the bottom." The Ormen Langs never returned. But 3 years later, a child in Bergen, born to a widow who claimed her husband had joined the echo, began to hum a pattern no one could identify. A priest brought in to witness the sound fell to his knees in weeping silence. When asked what the boy was singing, he whispered, He is remembering a name that has never been spoken and never will be. By the end of 1833, curiosity about the Ormen Lange had festered into dread. The scientific communities of Sweden, France, and Prussia privately convened to decide whether further expeditions into the Puerto Rico Trench should be sanctioned. Their consensus was fractured. Some believed the Nelsund expedition had unearthed nothing but hallucination, pressure-induced psychosis, dressed in poetic delusion. Others, especially those who had studied the children born along the coastlines, touched by that route, children who never cried, only hummed, were less dismissive. The decision was made, unofficially, to observe rather than intervene. But there was one man who did not wait. Dr. Johann Luitpold, a cartographer turned acoustics specialist, had once mapped fault lines through vibration alone. His breakthrough involved capturing echoes through brass rods sunk deep into seafloor sediment. His belief was simple, radical, and quietly heretical. The earth had a voice, and its trenches were the vocal cords. To speak, they needed listeners, not microphones, not instruments, but presence. Luitpold launched a vessel of his own making, the Sonnet, a narrow iron hull shaped like a tuning fork, wrapped in tightly coiled silver wiring. It held no sails, and ran silently on steam. More device than ship, it had a singular purpose: to vibrate in tune with what lay below. On January 12, 1834, he descended into the heart of the trench. No logbooks survive from the Sonnet, but fragments of Luitpold's notes were found preserved in metal tubes along the beaches of western Haiti, each one meticulously etched with a kind of script not entirely Latin, not entirely runic. Deciphered over decades, these notes contained chilling clarity. In one passage, Luitpold writes, "I have found no ocean floor, only descent, not spatial, emotional, cognitive. Every meter below, I remember something I never lived. The echo builds not upon rock, but upon longing." What Luitpold described next defied oceanography. He spoke of strata of memory, layers of voices layered not by species or time, but by depth of loss. Ancient sorrow whispered through the walls of the trench. Empires long vanished, left no architecture, but their mourning remained fossilized in harmonic pulses. The deeper he went, the more the trench sang. Not songs of joy or terror, but dirges, rich and slow, composed entirely of questions never answered. He began hearing his own voice reply. The answers, he claimed, were not true, but necessary. In his final known note, Luitpold explains a sensation he called negative breath. He wrote, "It is the opposite of drowning, not the removal of air, but the insertion of silence so dense it speaks. It fills the lungs with stillness, until your heartbeat becomes the only sound, and then even that is taken." On March 3, 1834, a fisherman off the coast of St. Lucia retrieved a bundle of wreckage bearing Luitpold's name. Attached was a copper plate, engraved with one phrase in flawless Latin, "Lingua abscondita maris," the hidden tongue of the sea. The plate remains unoxidized to this day. Scientists attempting to weigh it report discrepancies. It grows lighter in darkness, heavier when spoken near. Some swear the plate hums faintly when held. No ship has since reached the Sonnet's last coordinates. All sonar pings go unanswered. All tethered devices fray before they descend far enough. But one satellite photo, taken by accident in 2009, captured something at those depths, a spiral shadow, over a mile wide, turning against the Earth's rotation, as if something beneath all names was still listening, still waiting, still learning how to speak back. In the first quarter of 1835, a peculiar manuscript arrived at the Royal Academy of Sciences in Copenhagen, unsigned, written on sea-treated vellum, and bound with a cord made from kelp. The front bore no title. Inside, however, was a single heading, burned faintly into the top of the first page. Liturgy of the Last Pressure. Though anonymous, the style was unmistakable. Linguists quickly attributed the text to Sigrid Nalsund, or someone taught by her. The script included phonetic transcriptions, spiral illustrations that seemed to fold even as they remained flat, and layered compositions of musical notation, where no melody made sense, unless viewed from a mirror submerged in water. The manuscript described something more profound than a trench. It described a gate, not a door, not an entrance, but a pressure-locked fold in Earth's crust, where the laws of consciousness, not geology, dictated reality. A place where speech ceased to be metaphor, and instead became mass. There, words didn't describe ideas, they created weight. The heavier the grief, the deeper the echo, the more profound the silence, the greater the gravitational pull. According to the text, beneath all known layers of the Puerto Rico Trench lay a final chamber, referred to as umbral sanctum. Not a cave, but a vocal cavity, shaped by tectonic grief and cooled by the breath of extinction. This cavity did not receive sound as an external input, it exhaled it. From this fold came no light, no heat, no chemical signature, only resonance. The manuscript claimed that within the sanctum, ancient mariners of forgotten civilizations had once offered names they wished the world to forget, names of betrayals, of acts unspeakable, of truths so corrosive they had to be buried in resonance. In return, the sanctum didn't just forgive them, it remembered them differently. It rewrote reality by rearranging the echo. Several pages appeared blank until exposed to brine. Then lines of text emerged, one of which read, "The ocean cannot lie. It can only echo the way you wished the truth had sounded." This revelation reframed everything. The trench wasn't hiding a monster, or even a voice. It was hiding interpretation. A tool, ancient and submerged, for rephrasing the world, not through power, but through silence. So deep it mimicked choice. To speak into it was to confess a version of yourself, and what it gave back was what you might have been, had you never lied to yourself. In the final annotated segment, the manuscript hinted that those who fully merged with the sanctum were no longer retrievable, not because they had died, but because they had been revised. Their threads pulled from the fabric of memory, and rewoven into the background of history like ink dissolved in tide. No ship ever reached that chamber again. But decades later, in 1892, a diver off the coast of Dominica claimed to hear a voice while trapped under a collapsed wreck. The air had long since run out, yet he heard someone ask, "What would you be if silence forgave you?" When rescued, he repeated that line, then never spoke again. He lived 60 more years, never uttering another word. But whenever placed near an open body of water, he would hum, always the same four-note phrase. Analysts eventually recorded the frequency. It matched a pulse found at the bottom of the trench, still ongoing, still repeating, still listening. Late in 1835, a final and largely undocumented expedition took place, known only through whispers preserved in the torn pages of a retired whaler's diary and a fractured journal found in the hollow of a driftwood mast washed ashore in the Canary Islands. The voyage was led by no government, no academic institution, and no church. It was assembled by a woman named Mirit of Son, a Persian-born scholar of forgotten prayers, banned harmonics, and sacred silences, none of which existed in public record. Her name had already been erased by then, appearing only once in the archives of Isfahan under linguistic aberration, female, expelled. She had one obsession, the silence beneath naming. Her vessel, if one could call it that, was not made to resist pressure. It was made to reflect it. She referred to it as Ellen, meaning announcement in a dialect no longer spoken. Composed of blackened obsidian, reinforced with whalebone, its hull shimmered like deep ink, warm to the touch even in ice-cold currents. The ship had no lights, no markings. Its compass did not spin, because it had none. Instead, navigation was conducted through the pitch of the ocean itself. They descended not through sea, but through tone, each day modulating the pitch of their craft's hull through slow vibration. The trench responded. It grew more harmonic, more aware, not loud, just tuned. Afson believed that pitch was the gatekeeper of consciousness, and that the trench was not only a speaker, but a choir awaiting conductors fluent in stillness. When Ellen crossed into the deepest known depression, a zone so precise in its resonance, it was dubbed the tonic fold. The sea no longer moved. The trench stabilized itself, held firm as if bracing for communion. No more current, no more sound, only an oppressive, holy hush. Then came the chorus, not song, not voice, but simultaneous thought, rendered not in words, but textures of awareness. Each crew member experienced it differently. One saw childhood images she had never lived. Another smelled incense from a temple that did not exist. One simply stopped breathing, not from fear, but from completion. Mirit herself was the only one who wrote. But she did not use language. She scraped lines across lead plates, dipped them in seawater, and placed them in sunless jars sealed with human hair. These were later found, decades afterward, by pearl divers off the southern shores of Tortola. When opened, the jars shattered without impact, releasing a sharp, dry wind that extinguished nearby lamps without touch. The plates read as follows: "It is not the ocean that is deep, it is what we buried in it. We have always mistaken the surface for the truth, but it is in pressure that the true names rise." Mirit never returned, but 3 of her crew were found years later on separate coasts, unable to speak, eyes forever tracking the horizon as though watching for a signal that had already arrived. And one, an unnamed cartographer, was buried beneath St. Mary's Cathedral in Lisbon. At his funeral, the walls cracked not from movement, but from resonance. The priest said it best, though none could explain what he meant: "Some silences are too perfect to ever break." That year, the waters near the trench began to emit a hum detectable only through the bones. Scientists denied it. Fishermen swore by it, and the children, always the children, began to draw spirals in the sand with no memory of doing so. The echo, it seemed, had chosen its final shape. Not a scream, not a roar, but a stillness so heavy, even time could not carry it. Beneath every wave, and every whisper of the tide, lies something older than water, older than myth, older even than the memory of land. The trenches, concealed in darkness and pressure, were never voids. They were archives, chambers where the planet stores its unspeakable truths, its undone prayers, and its unanswered questions. What we thought were abysses were never empty. They were listening. From the Mariana to the Kermadec, from Tonga to Puerto Rico, we did not simply find geology. We found language without tongue, voices without throat. We discovered that the sea does not speak in words. It speaks in weight, in resonance, in the space between one heartbeat and the next. And as we surfaced, breathless and forever changed, the ocean remained, unmoved, unbroken, but not unheard. The deepest mystery, it seems, was never what lay below, but what rose within us the moment we chose to listen.